नहीं। हेलो। हेलो। Distinguished guests, colleagues, and dear students, Namaskar and a very good afternoon in the Sun City, Jodhpur, and the marvelous campus of IIT Jodhpur. We welcome you to the first conclave for Friends of IIT Jodhpur. I will request our Honorable Director, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, to please come on dais. I will also request our esteemed guest, Mr. Narendra Golia ji, and Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya ji, Deputy Director, Professor Sampath Raju Vadera, Associate Dean Planning and Resource Generation, to please come on dais. Now, I'll request Dr. Kiran Kumar Hiremat, Associate Professor from Department of Mathematics, to extend a floral felicitation to the dignitaries present on the dais. Thank you, Dr. Kiran. I'm Dr. Akanksha Chaudhary, Assistant Professor of Economics and School of Liberal Arts, IIT Jodhpur. Once again, welcome all the distinguished invited guests, colleagues, and students on behalf of the entire IIT Jodhpur community. I also welcome our viewers watching the program online. It is indeed a joyous moment for us to begin with the first conclave for Friends of IIT Jodhpur at IIT Jodhpur. This event plans to engage well-wishers of IIT scientists, industry experts, pan IIT alumni, and entrepreneurs in meaningful discussions on impactful contributions and explorations of various opportunities. With this conclave, we envision development of an ecosystem, which is a great platform for addressing the problems of nation and regional development. The conclave invites the well-wishers, Pan-IIT alumni, corporate foundation, CSR representatives to participate in enriching discussion sessions, plenary talks, exhibition of various impactful projects of IIT Jodhpur, and other social events. This event will witness meaningful engagement with which can eventually contribute to the society and nation in a meaningful manner. As we embark on this aspirational journey, I would now like to take the opportunity to invite the dignitaries present on the dais to light the ceremonial lamp of knowledge. Thank you, students. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you for lighting the lamp, ceremonial lamp. I will now like to request Dr. Deepak Fulwani, Associate Dean Planning and Resource Generation, to please come forward and set the pace for the event.
Thank you, Dr. Akanksha. Professor Santanu Chaudhary, Director IIT Jodhpur, Sri Narendra Goliaji, Chairman Rishabh Instruments, Mr. Debasis Bhattacharya, Chairman Pan IIT India, Professor Sampath Raj Vadera, Deputy Director IIT Jodhpur, distinguished invitees, faculty colleagues, and students. A very good afternoon and welcome to Conclave for the Friends of IIT Jodhpur. We are grateful to you for sparing your valuable time for this conclave, and many of our invited guests have traveled to Jodhpur from various parts of the country. Many possibilities exist through which we can work together on problems of mutual interest and also in multiple ways. To translate possibilities into actual outcomes, we need to know each other and our respective capabilities. Friends of IIT Jodhpur Forum contribute to achieve this goal, and also we want to strengthen this particular aspect of our IIT Jodhpur. The forum will support and complement Institute's engagement to various stakeholders. We have listed various possibilities and related documentation is provided to you in the registration kit. I also take this opportunity to thank Narendra Goliaji, Chairman and MD of Research Instruments Limited, and Chairman Ivan Foundation for his generous support to establish Rishabh Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy. The one-day event is splitted into 2 half days. The first day event includes address by Director IIT Jodhpur, Sri Narendra ji and Sri Debasis ji, foundation stone laying ceremony of Research Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy, roundtable discussion followed by campus tour. The second day event includes 3 panel discussion sessions. I request all of you to take maximum advantage of various poster sessions and various roundtable discussion sessions we have planned. Once again, I welcome to Conclave for Friends of IIT Jodhpur. Hope this conclave will bring us closer in multiple ways. Thank you. Khamma Gani. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak, for sharing vision of this conclave so laconically. Now, I will take the privilege to invite Honorable Director of IIT Jodhpur, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, to deliver the welcome address.
Sure. Good afternoon. On behalf of IIT Jodhpur and myself, let me welcome all of you to this conclave of friends of IIT Jodhpur. And in fact, it's a beginning of a kind of an association that we are looking forward to, which we shall refer to as Friends of IIT Jodhpur Society. Because an IIT or an academic institution doesn't exist in isolation. It is connected to the stakeholder, connected to the ecosystem, connected to the society. And hence, in this context, it's extremely important to build this relationship. And today's event is a move towards creating that relationship. I hope at the end of the day, we shall create strong bonds which would serve IIT Jodhpur for time to come. So I shall now introduce IIT Jodhpur as a welcome process, because it's an IIT which is about 15 years. It's just on the 15th year. And I think it needs an introduction also because it doesn't have a history of 70 years and more, which is of the oldest IIT of this country. So let me start with that. So we are at Jodhpur, right? And Jodhpur is a blue city. And you know that it's a beautiful city. And this is a campus. And I think all of you, while coming to this auditorium, you have seen the campus. And there will be also occasion for you to have a tour in the campus. So it's just an opening of the whole initiative. So therefore, the IIT has its own vision and mission. So IIT Jodhpur's vision is a future-driven institute for nurturing excellence of thought, generating, preserving, and imparting knowledge, and using transformational technologies or interventions with multidisciplinary approach for responding to societal challenges and aspirations. And I think from the vision itself, it's very, very apparent why the Friends of IIT Jodhpur as a community is so very critical and integral to existence of IIT Jodhpur. So these are the mission of IIT Jodhpur: foster humanitarian values, move towards high quality futuristic educational research ecosystem, develop socially responsible faculty, students, and future leaders, catalyze a professional internal culture, and forge effective collaboration and partnership with industry and stakeholders for diverse purposes and activities. With this mission and vision, we are actually creating IIT Jodhpur and where we are today at 2023. We have 8 undergraduate BTech programs, 2 BS programs, we have MBA program, and we have MTechs and Masters. The students number is order of 4,065, including the students who are not in the campus. Our current PhD strength is about 700. Faculty is 228. And overall, we run about 69 PG programs, 18 academic units. Built-up area is approximately 4 lakh square meter. An ongoing sponsored research project is of the order of 150 crores. And the innovation ecosystem that I have in the campus, it has got technology innovation and startup center. It has got a tech park. We have iHub Drishti and Innovation Hub sponsored by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. And we also run the Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Foundation, which is supported by the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. This is the faculty profile of IIT Jodhpur. This 230, approximately 230 is the faculty number. And if you see there, it's pretty decorated faculty in terms of Bhatnagar Awardee, INSA Young Scientists, Sanna Jayanti Fellows, IEEE Fellows, IAPR Fellows, and Fellows of National Academy of Engineering, National Academy of Sciences, and total publication is also pretty large. And so if you look at it, this human capital today for IIT Jodhpur is substantive, significant, and it can therefore contribute in a big way to new technology and innovation pathway. So academic organization of IIT is in terms of departments, schools, divisions, and centers. This is how the board has defined the whole structure of the institute. Departments are focused on specific thematic disciplines. Schools are cross-disciplinary, focusing on one or more disciplines from perspective of a disciplinary domain. Divisions include multiple academic units grouped on the basis of specific needs or reasons. And centers are multidisciplinary units focusing on specific application domain. So therefore, there is a specific role and scope defined for each and every academic unit of IIT Jodhpur. And based on that, what we have, these are academic units, which are departments, 10 departments. We have School of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. It's cool because we are looking at different areas, including brain science, computational mathematical economics, infrastructure, through the lens of AI and data science applications. We have School of Liberal Arts and School of Management and Entrepreneurship. We have a division of interdisciplinary research where these units are operating. these interdisciplinary programs are operating, and they have PhD programs as well as they have MSc and MTech programs. Some of them, it's not all, but PhD program is for all, by all. And there are some need-based academic initiatives, the Center for Emerging Technology for Sustainability, Center for Technology Foresight and Policy, and we have taken up an initiative of Future of Cities. Being in Jodhpur, I think this is something is very important to look at sustainability of cities, including that of Jodhpur. Future of Center for Education and Technology for Education is another initiative we have taken, because pedagogy is a very, very important component. And with COVID, we have seen how the core pedagogical approach itself requires rethinking and reimagination. And we have a Center for Research and Development of Advanced Scientific Instrumentation. What is the academic philosophy of IIT Jodhpur? We want to create engineers of future responding to exponential changes in technology and society, because what we feel and expect that in the professional life of the students, they would change their roles, not once, but maybe thrice. And that's what is projected by all of these professional perspectives which have been provided today. So they should have strong fundamentals and in-depth knowledge in focus areas to be able to adapt to changing circumstances. Interdisciplinary skills are a must, and capability of not just solving problem. The most critical part is capability of identifying problems, seeing the gaps, and then creating technologies to fix those gaps. So to be innovators and entrepreneurs is not for industry or for the growth of startups, but it is fundamentally required in any profession for that matter. Because entrepreneurial innovative thinking is a must today, and that's what we have got that aspect embedded in an academic program in a very distinctive way. So therefore, research and innovation framework, and which is integrated with academic activities itself, if you see, the main theme has been reposition, restructure, and reimagine academics, and the whole perspective with which you look at academics and research. So we have on-campus multi-institutional innovative explorations, because through JCKIF, I have Drishti and Technology Park, as well as TISC, there are number of institutions have got engaged themselves. And the whole philosophy, as I've already stated, connect to need and immersion to the need for ideation. I think that's based on that, there has been various academic activities have been built. So we have on campus few very specific and unique centers. These are IUTech Research Center, Center for Cyber Physical Security, Center for Identity Science and Information Forensics, DRDO Academia Industry Center, and Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy, which we have just initiated, and the foundation stone will be laid for the infrastructure to come up, but we shall be starting the program for that center in this academic session, coming academic session itself. These are innovation facilities because the whole objective of these activities and research in these centers are not just inventions, but conversion of inventions to value. And that is a characteristic which we are building into the academic research as well as programs. Some unique aspects of IITJ academics, it's interdisciplinary PhD and PG programs I've already talked about. One example is robotics and mobility, another is digital humanities. Academic program in liberal arts, computational social science is the only program possible in the country which is intersection of technology and liberal arts, which is being offered at master's level. We have programs in medical innovation and entrepreneurship in academics, and we have medical technology program, PhD with pre-incubation support, MTech in entrepreneurship, and also Clean Energy Center has innovation as an integral component of any academic program that would offer. And we have online program for executive education with campus immersion. And we have now about 1,000 students enrolled globally from different industries as part of these programs as regular students in regular MTech postgraduate programs in diploma, in MTech, diploma, and certificate programs. So research at IIT Jodhpur, some of these areas of excellence are water technology, dependable and trustworthy AI, clean and renewable energy, medical technology, new materials, sensors and AI of things, smart manufacturing, security of cyber-physical systems, and XR technology. Now, many of you will, when you will be taking the campus tour, you'll be visiting the labs where you'll find that various aspects of research in these areas will be demonstrated to you. Some interesting recent R&D initiatives. In fact, indigenous metal 3D printer based on direct energy deposition is a unique contribution here. There are a few more: fake video detection, thermal energy storage, autopilot for drones. I think Devashish must have seen them in the IIT fair, R&D fair. Some of these technologies we demonstrated to the entire community. The machine learning-based system for predicting infant mortality, and then there are these design and development of fluorescent probes for selective detection of aggregates in Alzheimer's disease. And therefore, if you see the range of research which is happening from core technology area to healthcare to Ayurgenomics, which is actually an integration of genomics and Ayurveda, that classical Indian knowledge. So this is the span of the research initiatives which is happening today at IIT Jodhpur. We run a very unique master's and PhD program in medical technology jointly between IIT Jodhpur and AIIMS Jodhpur. And this is possibly only unique program where the degree is being jointly granted by IIT Jodhpur and AIIMS Jodhpur. No IIT and AIIMS together have any joint program yet till date. And it's purely innovation-driven program where we talk about learn, identify, that while you learn, you identify the problem, and you identify the problem through immersion in IPD and OPD of AIIMS as well as the labs of IIT Jodhpur. And then once you ideate, you invent. And so ideation and invention from need-based perspective is what is stressed upon in this program. And then you implement through incubation. So as an outcome of the program, today we have 8 startups incorporated in TISC, the Technology Innovation and Startup Center of IIT Jodhpur. 3 projects have been chosen for seed funding through TISC from a CSR grant. We are looking forward to more such grant for the startups. And 4 big grants from BIRAC has come to support this, in fact, the startups to be created in this space. And for future, we are looking forward to a medtech incubator and medtech accelerator to actually take this whole initiative between AIIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur forward in a big way. IIT Jodhpur Technology and Startup Center TISC, we are fortunate to have the first product launched, and it's now going through the trials. And particularly if you have referred to recent Nature reports, which talks about that indoor pollution requires a separate attention and separate science, and which is very distinct from that of outdoor pollution. And this product is to address the problems of indoor pollution through cold plasma technology. And in terms of new technology, it actually removes pollens, removes the bacteria, virus, as well as purifies air and it can be used in combination. And that product is actually under testing at various places. And it has also, the startup has also got the DIPP recognition recently. So we have iHub Drishti and Technology Innovation Hub, and it works on different aspects of the programs. If you see, computer vision, augmented reality, and virtual reality are the areas of focus of this hub. And it actually works with industry in co-development framework. It works with the startups. It is supporting startups which are in these areas and executing projects for PSUs and government agencies. So these are different activity areas. I shall not get into details of them because I think you will have occasion to visit iHub Drishti and see what are the activities happening over there. We also have Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Foundation. The vision of this is to be a catalytic agent for knowledge and innovation-driven, inclusive and sustainable growth of Jodhpur and adjoining area. In fact, as part of this program, we just a few days back conducted an IP workshop in collaboration with Jodhpur Industries Association for industries as well as artisans of this place, because it's very, very important that today in the modern space, how to use IP for business. And IP itself is an element for business innovations and profitable business design. And that's what was the focus of that workshop. And we are working on water technologies. We are working on MedTech. MedTech initiative between IIT Jodhpur and AIIMS has been consequence of these Jodhpur City Knowledge Innovation Foundation, which brought all of us together. We are working on biodiversity and restoration of third region. We are facilitating skill and also bringing in addressing problems of city utilities, including transport. So we have a footprint in the city, and our collaboration with almost all the academic institutions and research centers, in fact, research labs which are there in the city, has fructified into variety of projects. And in fact, the defense, this DRDO Center for DRDO Industry Academia Center is also an instance of this collaboration, because one vertical, which is desert warfare, is completely linked with the Defense Lab Jodhpur. So IIT Jodhpur has built this network. I think that's something which I want to stress upon. And these friends of IIT Jodhpur Conclave is to take this agenda forward and to a much deeper extent. So upcoming infra and facility on the campus, in fact, we have moved to third phase of campus development. We were the first IIT to complete the cabinet approved DPR targets among all the second generation IITs. And we have moved into the third generation of that. We had first phase, second phase, third phase of expansion, and we have been approved of 350 crore HEFA loan for infrastructure creation. So this is what we are putting in here, and also 75 crores for equipments. But what is very important to note here is that we have got the resource, but the resource is through loan. So I have to pay it back. So institute in near future, increase in faculty strength. We are targeting 300 plus and staff 200 plus. In fact, on a mission as part of government mission-based recruitment drive, we are participating very actively and aligned with the targets which government has provided. We are looking for more research students and supporting research students, because today I think we should also look at that financial support of today's PhD students are extremely poor, and that has to be enhanced, and that has to be enhanced possibly through a kind of a corporate responsibility sharing among all of us. Continued focus on research is what we want, an application-directed basic research, and also very, very important that we would like to address local and global problems of sustainability. I think that's something which we cannot ignore today, and we are actually bringing in special focus in this direction. So what we want is faculty contributions appreciated and recognized in terms of accelerating innovation, and more engagement with industry and line ministries, and capability enhancing program, because lifelong learning is one of the philosophy that we are working on, and we need to look at so that executive education reaches a new height, which is also good for IIT Jodhpur for building up the connect with industries and also professionals. And at the same time, it provides a mechanism to overcome the limitation of the city. So now we can have a global reach beyond the city by making use of these online programs in very effective way. And we have now provide options for online PhD programs. If the agency from where the student is registering, they have the research facility, then by periodic campus immersion only it's required, and you don't need to spend a year or 6 months in the campus for a PhD program. So therefore, that's also is a kind of a making campus as much as possible boundaryless, because I think that's where the world is moving, and we are also moving in that direction. So therefore, more impact through inventions and innovations. And here, what is very, very important is support for growth. If we are looking for growth, and support requires more community support. As I started with, that IIT doesn't just belong to the faculty, students, and staff who are part of IIT. IIT belongs to the society. And therefore, the social sustenance of the IIT and IIT contributing to social sustenance is something very, very fundamental. And that's the whole philosophy with which we have approached today's event. So not only government grant, today we have to look into various other kinds of funding and involvement in the activities. I've given for some examples, a contracted research or project delivery. Philanthropy is another way to build these bridges, and also joint ventures for positive financial outcomes. That means even the institute can engage itself with new financial models in kind of ventures which generate returns, even people who invest into it. So what we are talking about is a symbiotic relationship, and symbiotic relationship can go a big way to enhance the bridge between IIT as an academic community and that of the stakeholders who represent the outside world. IIT can be a catalyst, and today, in many cases, many places, IIT is a catalyst for development of the region and the country. And if you look into it, there's globally, the recognition of IIT is something which has brought glory to the country, and we should be all proud of, and we should make sure that IIT Jodhpur also plays a role in that process itself. And stakeholders also support IITs to grow. And it's a symbiotic relationship, because IIT supports stakeholders to grow, and similarly, stakeholders also support IIT to grow. So if you see IIT's contribution is faculty, students, technology, startups, education, skill, and friends of IIT Jodhpur can come in and join hands through collaboration, engagement in various forms, as well as knowledge sharing. So there are possible innovation-oriented joint initiatives which we are looking at, and we have talked about at various forums earlier also. This Hydrogen Valley initiative, it's all are parts of contributing to national programs. Hydrogen Valley initiative at Jodhpur, this is very, very important, because Jodhpur is a city which receives maximum irradiation in the country, even possibly in the world. And when we are talking about green hydrogen, this is we're talking about producing hydrogen using solar. It can be solar converted to electrical or solar thermal, whatever be the pathway. Jodhpur is possibly the best located place for generating green hydrogen. And Hydrogen Valley project is is an initiative of Department of Science and Technology, where they are ready to put in a viable gap funding, and we need to collaborate with industry and others to set up a pilot plant. Here we have the land. IIT Jodhpur has land to offer to create a pilot plant. There are industries who are stakeholders who have come forward to make use of that hydrogen, and even provide any kind of components and other things that is required. There are also major users, if you see in the region, that by oil refineries and other industries, cement industries, Pachpadra oil refinery is coming up, a number of cement industries around. So the ecosystem is there. But what is very, very important, if we have to actually bid and move forward in that direction, we need a kind of a partnership. And this partnership is very, very important to build if it's for, because if you look into it, what point I was telling, that if this Hydrogen Valley project happens at Jodhpur, it also contributes to the industrial growth of the city, industrial growth of the region, as well as the research profile and the research growth of IIT Jodhpur. This is exactly a case of a symbiotic relationship which can be built. So we are looking for waste prospecting in a big way, because I said that this sustainability is a focus. Medical technology, because I think India actually imports majority of the medical equipment, and that's a huge import bill. And therefore, if really we have to move in an Atmanirbhar way, and we need to develop the intellectual capacity for medical technology. And that's exactly what we have looked at and talked about. Innovation of an AI of things, we are collaborating with state government and others. We are setting up a complete facility in the campus, and therefore we are open for various other collaboration in this space, because this brings in the possibility of moving into semiconductor industry in Jodhpur, because the know-how is available, and not semiconductor at a VLSI level, but the major requirement is at what we say 1 micron technology and associated electronics and algorithms embedded into it, which is really the edge. And edge components and edge intelligence will dominate with 5G and 6G coming in. And if at Jodhpur you would like to explore that opportunity, I think joining hands in this space is something very, very important and critical. We are also involved in lots of social responsibility initiatives. For example, I've shown these water purification in rural schools. We have addressing 40 schools today to provide clean drinking water and with fluorides and other contaminants being removed. And we'd like to expand and scale up this whole initiative in various ways. So joining hands is another possibility of joining hands for social responsibility initiatives. Drinking water for school children, I've already shown that the work that we have done. We are working also with artisans of Jodhpur and to create, because artisans in many cases may need and do need direct connect with the market. So creating artisans' own marketplace, both digital and phygital, focus on crafts, artisans' life, work practice and output, design interventions, IP protection. That's why we worked with the IP facilitation with them, because their designs to be protected, their art need to have GI tagging. And in all those spaces, IIT Jodhpur with JCKIF is taking steps forward. And also micro-entrepreneurial initiative. Even there is some support we have got from DST to initiate these activities, but we need more of inputs, more of inputs in terms of mentoring, in terms of resources, and that can go into the entire artisans. Artisans are actually today, if you look into it, there are huge exports which happen because of the artisans' work. And in fact, today it's about 6,000 crores of business. But what is very, very important is that this artisans' art has to be sustained. And that sustenance requires a different interventions altogether. So this is another way we can join hands and take it forward. And here what we are trying to look into is how technology intervention can be used to address these requirements. So therefore, in conclusion, friends as stakeholder in the ecosystem and deep connect with the ecosystem is a key focus of today's meet. IITJ can be a destination for all of us to work towards a new future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for introducing IIT Jodhpur to our esteemed guests and taking us through the journey and vision of IIT Jodhpur. Moving forward, we have with us Mr. Narendra Golia ji. Mr. Narendra Golia is an electrical engineer from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and postgraduate in microelectronics from Stanford University, USA. He is an entrepreneur managing Rishabh Instruments, a manufacturer of world-class electronic instruments, Shanti Instruments Private Limited, a company started by his father in Mumbai, Energy Solution Labs Private Limited, Lumil SA and Lumil Elucast SA, Poland company based in Zielona Góra, which was acquired in July 2011. He also purchased a small business in UK called Sifam Tinsley Instrumentation Limited and started sales outlet of Sifam Tinsley Instrumentation in US. He's the chairman of Nasik Engineering Cluster, a 70 crore project promoted in joint partnership with the Government of India for the development of industries in Nasik. He's also director of Nasik Exhibition and Business Center. He takes keen interest in the education of children and development of educational institutes, lecturing extensively in engineering and management colleges. He has made a blueprint of a university which is being formed by Jain International Trade Organization. He does a lot of philanthropic work for education and medical work. He also looks after gaushalas. He is the co-founder, chief patron of JITO and has traveled widely throughout the world and has excellent relationship with Indian and international companies. Mr. Golia has been honored by the award Poladi Manasse, also popular as Iron Man. Mr. Golia has been conferred by Gold Zloty at the hands of Mayor of Zielona Góra. Mr. Golia has been recently conferred by Nasik Bhushan Award by Rotary Club of Nasik for his outstanding contribution to the industrial sector in Nasik. I can go on and on if I were to talk about his achievements and philanthropic activities carried out by him. But without taking any further time, now I'll request our esteemed guest, Mr. Narendra Golia ji, to address the gathering and share his thoughts on the occasion.
Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, Professor Vadera, Devashish from Pan IIT, esteemed faculty of IIT Jodhpur, all the invitees who have come from all parts of the country, and dear students. It's a pleasure to stand in front of you today and talk about the Center for Green Energy. I have specifically come here. We are going to lay the foundation stone of the Center for Green Energy, and I'll tell you what the center is all about and what is our vision. Today, we only have a vision. Hopefully, with the help of all the stakeholders and especially the IIT faculty and the staff, we should be able to convert this vision into a reality. Today, everybody is talking about energy, about pollution, about green energy. And let me give you a little statistics to start with, and then I can delve deep into what is our vision and what is our project all about. The world consumes about 170 terawatt hours. Terawatt hours is obviously 1 tera is 100 gigawatts. So world consumes about 170 gigawatt hours of electricity. It's a huge amount of electricity. And out of that, about 31% comes from oil, 27% comes from coal, 24.7% comes from natural gas. And all these are pollutants. All these are things which emit about 50 billion tons of greenhouse gases. Every year, 36 million tons of carbon dioxide. And therefore, what you are reading in the newspaper, what you are hearing is not just a story, it is really affecting the lives of all our people. So although we all, in colloquial, we always talk that the life has increased, but so have the diseases. Why? Because we are not taking care of the environment in which we live. Vis-a-vis the numbers I gave you, hydroelectricity is only 6.9%, nuclear is 4.3%, and renewables is 5.7%. So you see, less than about 15% is non-polluting energy we produce, and 85% is polluting energy that we use. It has a long history. Obviously, last 100 years, it has taken for us to reach this situation. And if I take you a little back in time, originally there were only horse carriages, So Jodhpur, maybe I have seen, Tanga. Jodhpur did not have, when I was a small child and I used to visit Jodhpur very often, Jodhpur only had, they used to call it Tanga ya to Ghoda Gadi, And therefore, the horses, when they went on the roads and the shit that they created, that itself produced a lot of greenhouse gases and a lot of pollution. So when the automobile came all over the world, including Europe, they thought it was a great solution. And the great solution it was until we managed to limit the use of the automobile. Today, automobile has become one of the largest polluters. So what we were very happy when the horse carriage went away is today become one of the major, Delhi mein they say odd and even, don't use your cars every day. Why? Because cars produce pollution and this thing which is affecting the health of people. So today a time has come when we have to see that we use energy and we use transportation in a manner which does away with the evil side of the pollution created by vehicles. So people have thought of many other ways, and including EVs. Not to say that EV will not have its side effects. One day we will realize, and already we are realizing, that the EV uses batteries, and the silicon which is required to make the battery or to run it itself consumes, number one, lot of energy, and number two, it has a very heavy disposal problem. Even if you use it every 3-4 years, you have to do it. But not to say that we have not to progress in technology. Technology is something which progresses very fast. Each time you realize there's a problem, you find a solution, you progress for some time, you use it, you realize a problem in that, and you keep going. And that is how the world is going to work, and that is how we will see it. If you come geographically, the major countries which use most of the energy, if you take our US and China and Middle East together, India doesn't figure in the top 10 countries using it. So we have a great opportunity to graduate from using energy which is polluting to energy which is not polluting without going through the path which China or America or some other countries have gone. And therefore, together with IIT Jodhpur, we have thought of creating this Center for Green Energy. India, all of you know, gentlemen, is progressing very well. We are on the world stage. Today, no decisions in the world are taken without the concurrence of India. India doesn't have to face the kind of sanctions which many other countries have to face. All of you have seen when we were importing oil from Russia. People in the beginning said something, but eventually we are doing what the country feels. And therefore, the way we have got leadership in some of the emerging areas like software, I think we have to take a leadership position in some of the areas which are now going to emerge. For sure, we will go away from fossil fuels. Fossil fuels produce a lot of unwanted side effects, and therefore we are looking at really green energy. Solar energy happens to be one. Of course, there is hydro energy, there is wind energy, and I will talk a little more about what IIT Jodhpur is working on, and I'm sure some of these will get converted. See, research is research. Nobody can guarantee that the results will be something which can be for sure used in the industry. But when you try to do a couple of things, there will be some successes. Hopefully, even if there are some failures, from those failures, again, you will emerge and you will come out with some kind of a solution which eventually will become technology. All of you have seen what has happened in the communication field. I'm not talking about earlier generations, but we in our generation have seen the teleprinter, or before that we have seen the telegram. From telegram we went to teleprinter, from teleprinter we went to pager, from pager we went to fax machine, from fax machine we went to personal mobile phone, and today smartphones are instant communication, anywhere in the world, day, night, morning, evening, language, automatic translation. You cannot imagine, 20, 30 years ago we could not imagine. Now same thing is going to happen in electricity. Electricity has also evolved over the last so many years. We have had huge networks, huge grids, huge networks, where we used to transfer energy. It had its own problems, so we came up with these large grids. We came from DC to AC. Many of you know there was a DC grid, or many cities used to work with DC energy, and which is now converted to AC. Why AC? Because you could transform it and transfer it over long distances. And today we have these huge grids, which are both a boon for people who use it, but who are also is also a challenge. Does it have to be like that? I'm sure not. So going forward, we can come up with small devices which can generate electricity, which can be good for a small community, for a small household, or for a small city. What is the solution? Other than, of course, solar energy. Solar energy looks like a good alternative, except that again the silicon which is used will have its own challenges. We will have to make sure that the silicon is not polluting, or whether we'll have to find an alternative to using silicon in the wafer. Silicon is a substance which, and of course today we are using a lot of rare earth materials. I'm sure many of you read yesterday, India has found a lot of lithium reserves. We have got about I forget the number, 5 million tons of lithium, which will help our country become independent of China. Today, China produces maximum lithium, and all storage devices today, we work with lithium batteries. When you use your computer or you use your mobile phone, you have lithium batteries. So we are going to find lithium, but going forward, I'm sure with research which takes place in institutes like this, we should be able to go beyond lithium or to less polluting this thing. Today, energy is used by many areas. The kind of heating which is required by the Western countries, the kind of cooling which is required by the temperate countries. India needs a lot of energy for using the air conditioners. Can we find out another method by which to cool our offices, factories, homes, or something? Why not? If some homework is done, why should we not get into it? The other point I must mention is each decade belongs to somebody, each century belongs to somebody. India went from top to bottom, and now it's rising again. I had the privilege of studying at IIT Bombay, then going to Stanford. Stanford was a place where today there are 21 Nobel laureates, and about 58 Nobel laureates have come out of Stanford. If I talk about MIT, MIT has got 91 Nobel laureates. India is now coming up. We used to send all our IIT, or let's say not all, but half of our graduates to work in labs outside India. Today, opportunities are there in India. People will work here. And therefore, we should do basic research, advanced research, applied research, which will help us to produce Nobel laureates. Today, it's only a dream, but I'm sure in the years to come, we should see IITs, particularly IIT Jodhpur, graduate from what they are to really doing cutting edge research, which will help us to produce such kind of people. I had the opportunity to shake hands with William Shockley. He was the man who invented the transistor, and see today what transistor is done, from transistor to integrated circuit to VLSI to microcontroller to computer. Can we imagine life without a computer? No. Now, such people, we also have possibility of doing it in India. There's Joseph Stiglitz, who was again at Stanford, Paul Samuelson, who was at Stanford. But tomorrow we will have such people, and I'm sure in the years to come, we will sit and say, one day we were dreaming, today we have so many Nobel laureates from IIT, so many Nobel laureates from IIT Jodhpur. So all this is working in this direction. Now, what are we going to do? We are going to set up a Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship in Green Energy. One of the challenges for all educational institutes, including in America and including in IITs, has been that the industry and the academia have not been so well connected. So one of the targets we have taken for this center is that we will ensure that the research which is done is more applied research, and that gets converted into industrial projects. Whatever we do, the aim has to be in the beginning, even when the master students or PhD students are inducted into the program, we have to ensure that the aim is to continue to do this and make this as a career, so that the research which they do does not end when the paper is published or when they get the PhD or MTech or whatever degrees they are supposed to get. I have had a detailed discussion with Professor Chaudhary, and he also agrees that this is something where we can change the course of research which is done. It is important to publish papers, that is the role of an academic institute, but it should not end there. We should go beyond what we are doing, beyond publishing papers, making sure that the research which is done gets converted into industrial entrepreneurship, or we continue the research until it can get converted into And this is what Professor also said, they want more interaction with the industry, with the stakeholders, so that funds are available. Again, I have to go back to my alma mater, both IIT Bombay and Stanford, where a lot of funding comes, for example, from companies like Hewlett-Packard. Both Hewlett and Packard, they were students at Stanford, and when they succeeded, they gave back to society or back to their alma mater much more than what they had got from them. They thought they owed, and rightly so, that they owe their success in business to what they learned at their alma mater. Why should it not be like this? India also has started doing it. Many philanthropists have come up, many have pledged. But I think for a country of the size of India, we need much more people to pledge and to really support. We are a country who believe in philosophy a lot. We believe in temples a lot. We produce some of the best temples. But then this is, IIT is also a temple. It's a temple of knowledge. So why should we not give at least some percentage of what we give out to the temples? Temples are also necessary. It keeps us focused. It keeps us satisfied. It does not produce the kind of unsatisfaction we see in the Western culture and the Western philosophies. But I think temples of knowledge is something which we need. More and more people will come out. That is actually today's conclave is about doing that in a little more outspoken manner than has been done, because that's how we will succeed in making India back to number one, back to a center not only of knowledge, not only of research, but overall development. India is developing very good in certain fields, but I would say a balanced person has to develop all parts of his body, legs and hands and stomach and intellect and teeth and everything. So therefore, a society which has to really flourish has to see that they are good in manufacturing, they are good financially, they produce good trains like Vande Bharat, but they also produce good researchers who will be able to take the country to the next level. We should, a fair dream would be when people from other countries come and start migrating to India. And I don't see that it's a faraway time when such a thing can happen. My last point would be that to do this, as much as we are trying to work on green energy, and a lot of research will be done so that people can work on all sides. One I said is cutting down the grids. One side is demand side management, where we produce more efficient devices. Other is efficiency of the devices. Today, solar, used to work at about 20% efficiency. Today, if I remember correctly, it's around 35%. So whatever radiation it takes, it only converts 35% of that radiation into real solar energy. I may be wrong by a few percentage points, but that is it. So if people work at institutes like this, hopefully they can take it to 40, 50. I don't know whether there's a limitation, but let us try, let us focus. And many limitations which people thought were limitations in course of time have become opportunities for people to convert them into technology. So this is going to happen sooner than later. Our Prime Minister has said this is the Amrit Kal. Let it really be the Amrit Kal in terms of all areas, developing institutes, developing research, developing technologies, and making India a self-reliant and a developed country. Thank you for listening to me. I hope we can convert this into a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I'm sure we at IIT Jodhpur concur with you when you say that India has enormous potential in moving from non-renewable to renewable sources of energy. And I'm certain that Rishabh Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy will play a key role in achieving this goal for India about clean energy. I'm sure your words will go a long way in inspiring students and faculty to conduct research which brings practical solutions and is not just limited to research papers. When I say this, I say for the entire IIT Jodhpur community. Thank you so much, sir. It's an absolute privilege and honor for us to have you amongst us today. Moving forward, we also have with us Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya ji. Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya ji is currently the chairman at PAN IIT Alumni India, a body of alumni for all IITs. He has led various initiatives and events at PAN IIT, the latest of them being organized a global virtual technology summit where alumni bodies of four countries, India, United States of America, Australia, and United Kingdom, collaborated in making the event happen. He has also been instrumental in deepening the relationship with the IITs through creating the IIT Directors Forum, through which the IIT directors interact with PAN IIT and the alumni connected with it, and share their activities, challenges, and areas where alumni can step in to support the IITs. He has also been leading conferences and summits of PAN IIT. He's one of the founder members of Association of IIT BHU Alumni, the first association of IIT BHU, ITBHU, Benko, Techno, Minmet alumni, having been involved in the formation of the association in 2002, and has played the role of founder secretary, vice president, and the president of AIBA, and has established AIBA as a representative body of IIT BHU alumni throughout his association of almost 20 years. He graduated from IIT BHU in 1982 in mechanical engineering. Mr. Debashish ji has worked with top-notch organizations like BHEL, Escorts, and Siemens. In a career spanning 35 plus years, he has contributed to the performance improvement of businesses of over 100 organizations comprising MNCs, PSUs, private companies, and government organizations, some of which are Hero Motors, ONGC, NTPC, Hero Cycles, International Tractors, Mercedes-Benz, DCM, Shriram, Municipal Corporations of Greater Mumbai Employees Provident Fund Organization. He has delivered over 40 ERP, IT, and business consulting projects in the domains of automotive engineering, manufacturing, chemicals and fertilizers, cements, and refactories, restructuring and modernization initiatives within and outside of Siemens. He has consulted and worked with senior bureaucrats, central ministries, experts from multilateral funding agencies, and social security organizations of other countries. Debashish ji is well networked and is very keen on alumni activities and working towards creation of a national body of IIT BHU alumni in his role as chair alumni engagement. He participates in various social activities, loves music, theater, and is an avid foodie. Now, without taking any further time, I will now invite Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya ji to please come forward and address the gathering on the occasion.
Thank you very much. Professor Chaudhary, Professor Vadera, Professor Fulwani, Boliaji, all the dignitaries, thank you very much for having me here. It is an honor to be in front of such an august gathering. I would like to only say that whatever has been read out against my name, it was good on paper, but if it is not delivered as we stand in the time forward, it does of no value. So please don't put too much of a weight behind what has been done. Let us look at what we can do. As Charles Dickens said 200 years, almost 300 years back, we are in the best of times and the worst of times. This paradox is visible to us every day as we see whatever is happening around us. We have pollution, we have methods to combat pollution, we create other polluting systems. This is one way of looking at it. We have been seeing change of technology over the years, and change of technology has been driving the way we do business, the way we live, and the way we move forward. The first wave was engineering, the second wave was computerizations. Now the third and the fourth waves together are talking about technology, and beyond technology, we are talking about data. The point that I'm trying to make is that we are in a continuous flux. And as we move forward on the path of technology, newer things are coming up, and each newer thing is disrupting the way we are looking at life, business, society, and everything. Now, that can be traumatic for some, but fundamentally, each disruption is allowing us a way to move forward with lower cost, better efficiency, and everything. And obviously, we are also looking at better problems to solve. That is what brings me the concept of what is called as the life cycle. A life cycle in our context starts with a problem being given by somebody, research being done, a solution being found, it being tested, it being marketed, and having realized the benefit, we find that that has caused some bigger problem. And we go into the whole cycle all over again. Working in a cycle requires us to work with entities which are beyond us. For an institute which is imparting learning such as IIT Jodhpur and other IITs, we need industry and society to give us problems that need to be solved, because as engineers and technologists, we are supposed to be problem solvers. When we research and find a solution, then we need somebody who will invest in it to make it productizable and to make it marketable and to allow us to take it to the market. Then we need to have consumers who will consume that technology, use it, give us brickbats or medals, and will move forward and tell us few further problems that are happening. So it is a combination, it is a collaboration, it is an ecosystem within which each one of us consumes something which is done by somebody else and generates something which is consumed by somebody else. So it is a cycle that we always come back to. That is why I think there was a gentleman at the turn of the century made this statement: it is not the learned who are going to inherit the future. It is those who learn, unlearn, and relearn. This is something which has been told by Singularity University. I heard them a few years back. They said we offer 2-year courses, post-graduation courses. By the time the student completes his or her graduation, his knowledge has become obsolete because technology has transformed everything. So we are going through transformation, and each phase of transformation is becoming more and more rapid, making it run even faster to catch up, not even go beyond. So welcome to the chaotic world and welcome to the IIT ecosystem. I represent Pan IIT in India, and I have some of my colleagues who have joined me today, and we are very, very happy that we have been invited to this excellent initiative called Friends of IIT Jodhpur. This is important because we have the connect to the alumni who are extremely keen on using their knowledge, their connects to help IITs do much more better and much more contribution to the society than which they are doing. Our alumni, thankfully, have performed and have made a name for themselves and have enhanced the brand called IIT across the globe, irrespective of whether they have been in the industry, they have been in social engineering, they have been in NGO, they have been in bureaucracy, they have been in ministries and governments. Wherever they are, they have made a name for themselves. It is this combined experience and knowledge and wisdom that we would like to be utilized by all our stakeholders to be able to evolve a better future. I am here to listen to all of our speakers as you are, to understand what are those areas where we can participate and help the milestone be moved forward. We do various things. One of the things that has been touched upon during that introductory note, thank you, madam, for that, is that we realized with the changing method of funding, the IITs are facing a huge paradox of existence. The paradox says their expectations from them keep going up. The funding pattern changes, and hence they are also scrabbling to meet expectations as well as to find funds. So we interacted with the directors and through the Directors Forum had a workshop where we took out 3 of their high priority problems. Obviously, at the core of it was finance. We were able to get McKinsey to do a pilot for us at IIT Bombay to evolve a business model using various resources the IITs already have. That study, which we estimated will take about 8 weeks, took us almost 10 months. At the end of the 10 months, the presentation made to the Board of Governors of IIT Bombay was accepted by them, applauded by them, and put under execution. And as we talk, structural changes proposed by that model are already being implemented. And I've been told by the director that in another 2-3 years, they will start reaping benefits. So that is the kind of thing we would like to do for all the IITs that we are proud to be a part of. Another thing that we do and we should be doing is connecting all alumni of all the IITs wherever they are across the globe. So one of the things that we are proposing to do is create a platform where everybody can come together and interact with each other on a direct basis, without hierarchy, without caste, without geography, without anything. So with all your blessings and cooperation, we hope to make it a success and a reality, hopefully by the time I demit my charge. We also, to ensure that we engage with alumni and all our stakeholders, we carry out events. The global virtual conclave, which was necessitated upon us by the prevailing COVID at that point of time, allowed us to create a larger event by collaborating and bringing together 4 country bodies. The experience was a very heavy learning experience for us. We enjoyed doing it. Took us 8 months to deliver, and we are planning to replicate that experience all over again. This is an event where we had students also joined us, moderated the session. Some of them took over for moderators when the moderator was not available on time, started the session, introduced the panelist, started the discussion, handed over to the moderator. So for our students who interacted with us, they are getting hands-on experience without any let us say, for want of a better word, any coercion, anything, but they're learning leadership skills, which will be very helpful for them when they get into the profession. So one of the things that we, through our activities and interactions, try and do is impart a part of the finishing school, which our graduates need when they go into the market. So as a representative of Pan IIT, I invite all of you to please let us know what is that area where we could be of help, whether you are an IIT, whether you are an IIT alumnus, whether you are a member of the Indian society, whatever, wherever we can, we would like to come together and see what is it that we can do to help. As an IITian, as a proud IITian, I am proud to be here, proud to be representing this body, which was founded by some very, very forward-thinking individuals 20 years back. And it has grown to a stature where we are finding it easy to interact with our people who created us, the IITs, and able to give back. This is something which is a source of major satisfaction to us. And we are being approached by the alumni to find out what are the other methods by which we could give back to the society through the IITs. We have also tied up, 2 initiatives have come out of our activities. One is a body called Wheels Global Foundation, which is headquartered in USA, which works at upliftment of rural urban areas through technology. Currently, they are working in Himachal Pradesh on recharging the water aquifers across the state. Another body which has come out of Pan IIT initiative is called Pan IIT Alumni Reach for India Foundation, which imparts trade skills to tradesmen under contract from organizations which are willing to take them. So they take people, train them, place them immediately. Another thing that we are doing. And we are going to be working with startups through our initiative called iitstartups.org, where we offer free acceleration to IITian-led startups. And I'm happy to say that over the last 3 years that IIT startups have been present in India, we have already run about 7 cohorts. 8th and 9th cohorts are going on right now. And we are moving from simultaneously more than one cohort where we have a lot of industry mentors and everybody who come in and make this transformation happen. So we are working on education by collaborating, creating a bridge between the alumni, the institute, and other stakeholders. We are working with the startup organizations. We are bringing investors and startups together. And we are also furthering innovation through our hackathons, which we make a part of each of our event, where we invite people, students, professionals to come together, solve social problems, present it, and get rewarded and get recognized. So these are some of the things that we do. There are various other things. I mean, if I start talking about them, maybe we will find that I will have driven everybody off from the purpose. So I will stop here with an invitation to all of you to please connect with us. Let us know what we can do for you, and also tell us what is it that you would like to contribute for us to make IITs a successful brand. Thank you very much. Welcome. And thank you once more, Professor Chaudhary and team.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhattacharya ji, for such an insightful address. As you said, we are in a time that we need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. We at IIT Jodhpur have been constantly promoting agility in our systems and processes, curriculums, and pedagogies. Thank you so much, sir. We are really thankful to you for joining us here today. Now, moving forward, I would like to invite Professor Sampath Raj Vadera, Deputy Director, IIT Jodhpur, to address the gathering on the occasion.
Thank you, Akanksha. Shri Narenji Golia, Shri Devashis Bhattacharya, Professor Santanu Chaudhary, my colleague, Professor Deepak Fulwani, distinguished guests, faculty colleagues, dear students, media friends, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening and a warm welcome to IIT Jodhpur. We are almost 15 years old, and growth profile of IIT Jodhpur was brought to you by our director, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary. And we should be feeling proud that given the time, we have really grown quite well. But we are now 15 years old, almost 15 years old. And when we are 15 years old, we feel that it is really a right time to extend our friendship. While we had our journey of 15 years, we had a lot of friends who had helped us, supported us, but then it's really time to extend this friendship further and further. Now, when we are talking of extending our friendship, who are the friends who are present here today? We have industry people, we have R&D, we have academia, we have prominent citizens of Jodhpur, we have faculty members, but then above all, we have young students also. So these are all friends of IIT Jodhpur. We are really very grateful to you for being with us today. Really, it's a great occasion because this is the first conclave which we are organizing as friends of IIT Jodhpur. And when you are here with us, definitely it gives us a lot of confidence and a lot of strength. And that is which is going to be a driving force for us. If you had seen our vision, the last phrase says societal challenges and aspirations. That is the ultimate thing which we are looking for as a vision of IIT Jodhpur. And that's where we acknowledge and appreciate the support which we are getting from all across not only in Jodhpur, from across within India and outside India also. At this juncture, I would like to really acknowledge and appreciate the support which has been given by Shri Narendra Golia in establishing a Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy. I say Research Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy. He has given assurance for a very generous support, and I think we should give a big hand to him. That kind of support which he has given. Now, when we are talking about this Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy, it is not the only center we are aspiring for. If you see the booklet which has been handed over to you, you'll be seeing that we are envisioning many more centers to be established in this IIT, so that and we are looking for a similar kind of support from wherever it is possible. It is not only that we are looking for financial support, but we are looking for partnership. We are looking for the connectivity. That's what, and that's for which we are here to organize this Friends of IIT Jodhpur. I'm quite confident that with the support of Friends of IIT Jodhpur, we'll take IIT Jodhpur to newer heights. I'm sure today's event is only a first step. Let's continue this journey to make India a global leader. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for addressing that gathering and for further highlighting the vision of this conclave. Now, may I please invite Professor Shantanu Chaudhary to present a memento to Mr. Narendra Goria ji as a token of our gratitude to him. Can you take it and pack it? Now, may I also request Professor Shantanu? Now, may I also request Professor Shantanu Chaudhary to present a memento to Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya ji as a token of our gratitude to him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, students. With this, we conclude our inaugural event, and thank you everyone for joining us. Now I'll request all to move to foundation stone laying ceremony of Rishabh Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy behind Electrical Engineering Department. Thank you, everyone. Stone laying, after the high tea, everyone should come back. We will have the roundtable panel discussion in the same room. Thank you.
For roundtable and see institute tour will happen together. So those who are interested in roundtable, please come here, and those who are going for campus tour, they can go for campus tour. So these two sessions will take place in parallel, and after high tea, those who are interested in panel discussion, they please come here, roundtable.
in IIT Jodhpur Technology Park. So through CSR funding, we are looking for different for the mankind. To Ms. Ankit to kindly coordinate the session, please. Yeah, use this.
So, hello everyone, good evening. And I am Ankit Chaudhary, Chief Operating Officer of Rajasthan Solar Association. So basically today we are having a roundtable conference and discussion among the solar industry representatives, very eminent and respected representatives of the industry, who are going to have a discussion on some severe impacts which are actually affecting the Western Rajasthan progress of the solar. So like in continuation of the same, I would like to invite our panelists for this roundtable. Mr. Sunil Bansal who is the president of RSA. Mr. Gopal Lal Somani ji is the RSA member. Mr. Ramakant Jangir ji. Mr. H.D. Charan ji. Mr. R.M. Singhvi ji. Mr. Jitendra Soni ji, he's from Mahindra Sustain. Mr. Manoj Kumar Gupta ji, he's from Renew Power. Mr. Ram Jangir ji. So I welcome all. I would request to invite Mr. Gautam Kothari ji. And Mr. K.K. Vyas ji.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Ramprakash ji, shall we start? ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. This is very fortunate day for the solar industry. We are discussing some burning issues of our industry, which are also affecting and creating some confusion among all the environmentalists in this sector. You all know that large-scale solar utility development is going on in Western Rajasthan. Almost 17,000 megawatt project already has been installed. Majorly in Paap area, Palodi Tehsil, and in Fatehgarh, and in some in Bikaner area. Majorly in 3 areas, the large-scale major development has been going, and in future we are assuming almost 50,000 megawatt more projects which is going on. The large investment will be happened in this area. Already the picture has been changed in Baap area. and it will be maybe it will cross in economical cycle in big cities. This is the positive part of this development. There are some other issues. Although we are from industry, we are affected, but we want to go with the environmentalist, we want to go with the public. The issues behind this large scale development, which we are encountering, we are facing, like Great Indian Bustard, GIB. I think some knows about. We are all struggling due to this. There are some legal issues and finding the ways. Second is the khejdi tree. These are the two burning issues which we are encountered. There may be some other issues also. We invited all the audience. If there are any other issues, we can definitely will discuss. And after this roundtable, we'll publish one paper which will decide course of action on these two issues so that a consensus can be made and the development can be continued. For this, I invite to start this use our most experienced, professional and knowledgeable Mr. Manoj Gupta ji from Renew Power to start this discussion, and we will continue with other dignitaries. Manoj ji.
Thank you, Sunil. As Sunil ji said, there are issues which hampering the development of the solar projects in the Western Rajasthan. It's clear, huh? Yeah. So we all know that there are 2-3 major issues which is hampering the development of solar projects, solar in Western Rajasthan. Basic.
Sorry to interrupt. I'd like to invite Shobna, Dr. Shobna to the table.
Manoj ji, please continue.
Yes, sorry for interrupting. So we welcome Madam. In Western Rajasthan, there is a team of WII and the Forest Department. They've made 2 zones for the Great Indian Bustard. There is a species very limited available in the country now. So for them, for their rehabilitation, or you can say for survival of them. So there are 2 zones has been decided by this World Wildlife Institute. One is called potential area, one is called priority area. So priority area is it's more than it's half of the Jaisalmer comes under the priority area, and around full Jaisalmer, half of the Jodhpur, half of the Barmer comes in the potential area. So Supreme Court has put upon a ban to install any kind of tower line, any kind of electricity carrying tower conductor to make these birds not to be get electrocuted by this electrical lines. So whatever the projects were going on in this is particularly this priority region, those has been held. There is no work is going on, and people are waiting Supreme Court to give the correct direction. It's under litigation as on date, but not resolved as on date. So I'll take next. Somani Saab can further add in this.
अभी साथियों को, पैनलिस्ट को और उपस्थित कम्युनिटीज को मेरा सलाम, गुड इवनिंग। ये जो इशू एनवायरनमेंट फॉर डेवलपमेंट रेफरेंस में जो अभी उठाया गया है, तो ये एक बहुत विचार करने का मामला है, और इस पे जितना जल्दी हम विचार करेंगे और इस समस्याओं का समाधान ढूंढेंगे, तभी हम ये जो हम बात कर रहे हैं कि साहब हम 0 कार्बन 250 तक 270 तक हम अचीव कर पाएंगे। और ये जो कन्वेंशनल फ्यूल जो है ट्रांसपोर्ट में, बिजली घरों में, सीमेंट इंडस्ट्रीज में, स्टील इंडस्ट्रीज में जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड निकल रही है, ग्रीन हाउस गैसेज का जो जनरेशन हो रहा है, उसको अगर हम नहीं रोक पाएंगे, और उनको रोक पाने का तरीका जो है वो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी रिसोर्सेज ही है। अब रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी रिसोर्सेज विंड है, सोलर है, बायोमास है, समुद्र की जो वेव्स निकलती वो है, डीप इन द सी जो गर्मी निकलती है वो है। इस तरह से कई ही साधन हमारे पास हैं जिससे कि हम नेचुरल प्रोसेस में जाकर, और ये जो गहन समस्या कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की हो रही है और जो एनवायरनमेंट और हेल्थ इश्यू जो जनरेट हो रहे हैं, इसको हम कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे। देखिए, ऐसा है कि सोलर का डेवलपमेंट जो है इसी राह को आसान करने के लिए जितना जल्दी हुआ, जितनी अफोर्डेबिलिटी में जितना जल्दी आया, और लोगों को जितनी राहत इससे मिली है, तो ये हो, चाहे रूफटॉप पे हुआ हो, चाहे और किसी संसाधनों में, घरेलू यूज में, सोलर कुकर से, सोलर लैंप से, लैंटर्न से, ऑफ ग्रिड सिस्टम से, ग्रिड कनेक्टेड सिस्टम से, इंडस्ट्रीज के ऊपर इंडस्ट्रीज का जो भी इंडस्ट्रीज के यहाँ जो भी इंस्टॉलेशन हुआ है, इन सब संसाधनों से जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है वो सराहनीय है। अब इश्यू ये आता है कि सोलर का जनरेशन वही हो सकता है जो पोटेंशियल एरिया है। इस पर्टिकुलर संदर्भ में मैं एक अपनी अलग राय रखता हूँ। हिंदुस्तान में सोलर का जो रिसोर्स है वो ऑल ओवर द कंट्री है, थोड़ा बहुत वेरिएशन हो सकता है। इसलिए इस संसाधन को पूरे हिंदुस्तान में जहाँ उपलब्ध है वहीं इसको अगर यूज करके, जनरेट करके, और हम इसका समाधान ढूंढे, तो उससे हो सकता है कि जो हम समस्याएं देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे 16,000 मेगावाट का डेवलपमेंट हो चुका है, 30,000 मेगावाट का डेवलपमेंट फोरकास्ट किया हुआ है, और उसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो रोक लगा दी है, तो उसके लिए हमको एक विचार इस पे करना है कि सोलर का जो यूज है वो अगर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड सर्विसेज से अगर लिंक करके उसको बढ़ावा दिया जाए, और साथ का साथ जो बड़ा जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, जो वेस्टर्न राजस्थान में जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, उसको स्टोरेज में कन्वर्ट किया जाए। तो जो ये ट्रांसमिशन लाइन की जो समस्या बताई है, जो पक्षियों के जो एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं, नीचे जो सांप, छछूंदर और दूसरे जो भी जीव जंतु को जो नुकसान होता है, जो भी पानी का निष्कासन होता है, इन सब चीज़ों के समाधान के लिए ये है कि सोलर को जनरेट करना, इसके लिए कोई समस्या नहीं है, परंतु इसका अगर स्टोरेज का साथ अगर डेवलपमेंट होता है तो डेफिनेटली जो आज ये फोरम तैयार हुआ है इसके लिए हम सोच सकते हैं। देखिए, आने वाले समय में हाइड्रोजन का जो इस्तेमाल है।
थैंक यू सोमानी जी, थैंक यू सोमानी जी, थैंक यू सोमानी जी।
हाँ।
हम नेक्स्ट इश्यू पे आते हैं। खेजड़ी का जो इश्यू इसके अंदर एक टॉपिक में हमारे और है, इस इश्यू पे आते हैं। एक इशू तो हमारा जीआईबी का है, ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड, जिसके ऊपर हम लोगों को काफी लीगल इश्यूज आ रहे हैं। खेजड़ी एक हमारा स्टेट ट्री है, सोलर का जहां पे भी जनरेशन हो रहा है वहां पे सब जगह खेजड़ी ट्री पाया जाता है, बिकॉज ड्राई लैंड में ही खेजड़ी ट्री मिलता है और हम वहीं पे ही सोलर लगाते हैं। ये इशू भी बड़ा लाइमलाइट में आया हुआ है, पिछले दिनों काफ़ी इश्यूज आए एनवायरमेंटल, कुछ सोलर इंडस्ट्रीज को इस पे ब्लेमिंग भी हुई। हमारा पक्ष इसमें एकदम क्लियर है, हम खेजड़ी ट्री को नहीं काटना चाहते, हम उसको रीप्लांट करने में पूरा विश्वास करते हैं। हम एक अगर पेड़ को हमें किसी साइड से निकालना है तो हम उससे ज़्यादा पेड़ लगाने के लिए रेडी हैं। इसके लिए एक डिटेल प्लानिंग की जरूरत है। इस इशू को थोड़ा सा पहले वाइडन करते हैं अच्छी तरह से, फिर इसका कंसेंसस बनाएंगे। और मैं के व्यास जी जो रिटायर्ड एक्सियन है, सोलर में बहुत अच्छे टाइम तक उन्होंने 10 साल तक काम किया है, मैं इनसे इनका व्यू पूछता हूँ खेजड़ी ट्री के बारे में, ताकि हम इस डिस्कशन को एकदम फोकस्ड करके चलते हैं। आज हमारी डिस्कशन का पॉइंट है कि एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट क्या है हमारे लार्ज स्केल डेवलपमेंट का। व्यास जी।
नमस्कार ऑल पैनल्स एंड माय फ्रेंड्स। ये खेजड़ी का जो इशू आ रहा है, आप जानते हैं वेस्टर्न राजस्थान में जो ज़मीन है वो जहाँ बारिश कम होती है खेजड़ी का वृक्ष पाया जाता है, और ये अपने लोगों के जीवन का एक मूल है। ये जब वर्षा नहीं होती है तब ये फल अपने फल देता है सांगरी के रूप में, और बकरियों और गायों के लिए चारा देता है। तो ये वृक्ष बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारे लिए, इसको हम इजीली काट के फेंक नहीं सकते, ये हमारा एनवायरनमेंट के साथ खिलवाड़ होगा। तो सोलर कंपनीज जो आ रही हैं उनके लिए है कोई पहली बात तो कोशिश ये की जाए कि खेजड़ी का वृक्ष काटना ही नहीं पड़े। अगर कहीं काटना पड़ जाता है तो पहले ऐसी प्लानिंग हो कि अगर अपन एक वृक्ष काट रहे हैं तो उसकी जगह 10 वृक्ष लगाए जाएं, और जो एनवायरमेंट लोग हैं उनके साथ चलें, उनकी बात सुने। ऐसा नहीं उनके साथ रूल आउट करेंगे नहीं हम तो काटेंगे, फोर्सफुली कोई काम न करें, टेबल डिस्कशंस करें, उनके बैठ के साथ बात करें और उन लोगों से इस बात के लिए तैयार करें कि हम एक पेड़ हरा रहे हैं तो आपकी जगह 10 पेड़ लगा देंगे हम, ताकि उनके ये जीवन व्यापन का पेड़ है, उनको इस वृक्ष से पर ईयर इनकम मिलती है। तो अगर अपन उसको काट देंगे अपने सोलर के लिए तो उनके साथ इनजस्टिस होगा। इसलिए खेजड़ी का वृक्ष है वो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है। आप जैसा कि जानते हैं कि खेजड़ी के वृक्ष के लिए जोधपुर में 363 लोगों ने बलिदान दिए हैं अमृता देवी के सानिध्य में। तो ये वृक्ष आज से नहीं अनादिकाल से जो अपनी इम्पोर्टेंस रखता है और बड़ा पर्यावरण के अनुकूल वृक्ष है, और सोलर लगना चाहिए, बहुत लगना चाहिए। ग्रीन एनर्जी है, ग्रीन एनर्जी यूज करने से हम बहुत से दूसरे जो इम्पैक्ट है उनसे बच सकते हैं। कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड कम रिड्यूस होगी अगर अपन कोयला नहीं जलाएंगे, तो अपने को जो है वो बहुत CO2 एमिशन कम होना चाहिए, ताकि ओजोन लेयर जो अपनी सुरक्षित रहे, अपना जीवन सुरक्षित रहे। और उसके भी आगे मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, अपन सारी बात करें सोलर जनरेशन की, अगर अपना इंडस्ट्री में सब जगह अपन एनर्जी एफिशिएंट मटेरियल यूज करें, एनर्जी एफिशिएंट टेक्नोलॉजीज यूज करें, तो अपना जो लोड है सपोज 1 किलोवाट है, अगर मैं उसको 0.8 कर लेता हूँ तो मैंने 0.2 का नहीं 0.3 का जनरेशन बढ़ा दिया है, क्योंकि जो मेरे को 0.2 कम किया है मैंने, वो स्टार्टिंग एंड से 0.3 आ रहा है और लॉस होके 0.2 हुआ है। तो अपन अगर एनर्जी एफिशिएंट मेथोडोलॉजीज यूज करें बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन में, इंडस्ट्री में, तो अपन जो इलेक्ट्रिक लोड है उसको कम कर सकते हैं बगैर अपने कंफर्ट को कम किए हुए। अगर अपन उसको एफिशिएंट मेजर्स यूज करते हैं तो वो एक ऐसा काम है उससे अपने 100 काम हो जाएंगे। मैं अपनी स्पीच को समाप्त करता हूं।
थैंक यू व्यास जी, काफ़ी सारे एनवायरमेंटल रिलेटेड इश्यूज आपने हाईलाइट किए हैं। अब मैं मेघना जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, लार्ज स्केल के सोलर डेवलपमेंट पे एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट पे मेघना जी का क्या व्यू पॉइंट है। कुछ एक डिफरेंट व्यू पॉइंट आएगा क्योंकि अभी तो इंडस्ट्री के लोग ही बोल रहे हैं, अब एक इंस्टीट्यूट से कुछ बात आएगी तो हम लोग उसको कंसीडर करेंगे।
Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry for being late, a little late. My name is Shobhana Singh. I'm assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. One of the topic of my work is also solar energy and developing some technologies which can harness solar energy and we can utilize it. The fourth point, definitely, I agree with all the viewpoints which panelists have put forward. The last one which you are mentioning about installing large scale ones. We all know there is none of the fact which no one is aware of, that we do need large scale installations to cut down the cost, to fulfill the requirements, whatever we have currently as well as for future to transform the entire energy system into sustainable, energy systems or sustainable form in future. However, when we talk about large scale installation, my point of view is, of course, there is a need, but as you, sir, rightly mentioned, that there is a requirement for distributed generation as well. We can't think about having it centralized. We have to have it distributed for many reasons, environmental reasons, and of course, which you mentioned, a very last point, that we really are selling it, or you can say are transmitting it to other states, not fully able to utilize it locally while we actually need it in a local area as well. So what we can do about it? And you very rightly also mentioned that we do need storage systems and storage technologies. I want to mention this point. When I first reviewed that how many concentrated solar power plants do we have in Rajasthan, none of those have energy storage. So we ourselves know that we are lacking somewhere in the technology point of view. We do actually require storages so that we can store them whenever they are generating power, and then we can later use them, either centralized as well as distributed. But how we can do it, and why are we not doing it also? Maybe there are reasons which are coming from government policies or regulations, or maybe there are transmission issues. But yes, this panel and technologists also are required to do discuss about these issues and bring, some solutions on table so that people can think about. And also not forgetting the aspects of people who are actually living in those local areas, that how they can restore their environment as well as culture, whatever they have. So definitely there is a need. Of course, we all are aware of it, but how we can actually move forward in future in a much more sustainable way, that we can discuss. What we can offer from our institute size, all the aspects, to be honest. We can offer all the points which are required to move forward. Particularly technology-wise, of course, we have good faculty members working in wide areas of technology who can actually bring in something in field and also deploy those. One of them, of course, is energy storage, because this is also something we are widely working on in our campus. So I think this is what I want to mention over here. If anyone has any comment, I would really like to have comment on it, or maybe continue this conversation with that.
Yeah, just I would like to add in this further. As you said, we don't have any storage plant as of now in Rajasthan. There is the issue is the technology is too costly. Generated power equally too costly. The tariff will be 3-4 times of actual whatever conventional energy, or as well as this renewable power energy, what we are getting, it's 4 times at least. Around 10 rupees if you buy any storage power for today, in peak hours, it will be around 10 rupees. So no DISCOM is ready to afford such a costly affair. That's why this is not taken up as of now in the Rajasthan. Yes, recently this Rajasthan Urja Vikas Nigam Limited has put up on one tender. They have they are asking 1500 megawatt solar plus wind plus storage. The first tender they have just floated, and they are coming up with one more tender in Rajasthan. So hopefully in next 2-3 years we will see all storage plants in Rajasthan. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for that information. I really look forward.
सजेशन और करना चाहूंगा इसमें.
Yes, sir.
ये हाइब्रिड का जो सिस्टम की ये जो बात कर रहे हैं, और जो जमीन का यूटिलाइजेशन जो पोटेंशियल एरिया में करना है, और उसके जो एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज हैं, वो मेरे ख्याल से अभी किसी ने एड्रेस नहीं किया है कि हैबिटेंट्स का डिस्पेंशन कैसे होगा, रिलोकेशन कैसे होगा, बर्ड्स का जो एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं ट्रांसमिशन लाइन में, लाइट्स जो चलती है उससे, साथ का साथ जो हैबिटेंट्स जो हैं और जो एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस के ज़मीन के जो एलिमेंट्स हैं, उनको किस तरह से सेव करके, और यहाँ का जो लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट, चाहे खेती से हो, चाहे बकरी चलाने से हो, चाहे पक्षी को, जिस तरह के भी यहाँ पे रिसोर्सेज हैं, उनको एड्रेस करते हुए, उनको सेव करते हुए अगर हम ये डेवलपमेंट करेंगे, तो प्रॉब्ली जो मिसिंग लिंक है वो सिर्फ ये है कि एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज को किसी ने अभी तक स्टडी नहीं करवाया है। और वो आप जैसे एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट जो IIT यहाँ पे स्थापना हुई है, वो अगर लीड लेके और इस फोरम को जो भी स्पीकर्स हैं, जो भी अपने विचार यहाँ व्यक्त कर रहे हैं, उनका कोई निष्कर्ष निकालते हुए कोई अगर ऐसी स्टडी करवाए, और काफी जगह हुआ है, ऐसा नहीं, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भी हुआ है, स्पेन में भी हुआ है, यूएस में भी हुआ है, कई जगह तो ये लार्ज डेवलपमेंट को बैन कर दिया है ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल इशू। और मैं जैसे कह रहा था कि डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड सर्विसेज को जितना प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, आज जितने भी इकोनॉमीज जो अच्छे स्टेज पे हैं, चाहे आप यूएस ले लीजिए, स्पेन ले लीजिए, यूके ले लीजिए, जर्मनी ले लीजिए, सब जगह, ऑस्ट्रेलिया ले लीजिए, सब जगह जो है लार्ज स्केल डेवलपमेंट को बैन कर दिया करीब करीब, और दे आर नाउ फोकसिंग ऑन द डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड सर्विसेज।
Very rightly said, sir. I totally agree with you.
मैं एक पॉइंट आपसे इसमें ऐड करना चाहूँगा। अगर अपन प्लान करते हैं about power generation by solar in gigawatt or thousands of megawatts like that, then actually to extract the power, we have to transmit it through HV lines, connect to the integrated system, national grid. Have we made the studies? It's a hybrid. We have the rotating system, turbines, things, all done, and we have the natural inertia there. But here we have to get a virtual inertia to get the stability. Large faults will be there, and outage will be there. I have not seen a definite study here how we are going to maintain the stability of the overall system, where we have the all thermal, hydro, nuclear, and this solar. They are altogether different. We don't have the natural inertia there. So we have to make a circuits for virtual inertia. Virtual inertia making for those to extend the power, maintain the stability. I don't think it's not a stage where we are sure that the stability will be maintained in the case of the failures or outage or post outage or routine outage like that. So that's my point. I think we should side by side we make that studies also.
Thank you, sir, for your comment. I totally agree with you that I can't really comment whether some faculties are working on this topic or not. But yes, I totally agree that we do need to focus on distributed consumption, distributed production as well. Because yes, as you mentioned that the large scale deployment has been banned by many other countries due to environmental concerns. Same stage we might also face in future. So why not start early from there? And having distributed, probably taking into account the local area requirements and the concerns into mind, that would be a good path to take. And in addition, power balancing studies, which you mentioned, integrating with all these different energy producing sources, grid, hydropower, solar, wind, many other things, because they all eventually have to be integrated with our national grid. So they have to be studied, as you mentioned, right? So I totally agree with you. Of course, now if any faculty member may have comment, we can take it later. Yeah, because
I would like to add further in this. Already this weather forecasting, load scheduling, load forecasting, all the discoms, all the SRDCs, they are doing perfectly, and the deviation hardly 3 to 4% in case of solar. And wind, it will be around 10%. But yes, whenever they know what kind of wind is going to come at what hours, what minutes, it is already available. So this backing down power or ramping up powers, it's not an issue. It's a perfectly, and the grid stability also, you have, I don't know, last when you have listened that there is a blackout of grid.
Yes.
It's because this everything is integrated. Earlier there was 4 zone, different zone. They were working there independently. Now all 4 grids, all India is one grid. So it's already integrated. Power is long distances power. You might be knowing one of the longest line, Rajasthan feeding power to the Odisha. There is no tapping in between. Thank you.
yeah, we can definitely. Yeah, please.
Madam.
So good evening. I'm Mitali Mukherjee. I'm professor and head of bioscience and bioengineering in IIT. We have in IIT initiated a project in a transdisciplinary way. It's called as THAR Designs. So basically, our idea is if we can capture the components of the living biota in different regions of the Thar, beneath the soil, to the plants which are growing and the animals and the natives, and try to see if there is health in the environment, then what are the things, and if there is a degradation in the environment, how do you restore them? So this is a very big project which we have started in the Jodhpur City Knowledge Innovation Cluster, and there are people from the genomics area where we are looking beneath the soil, because sometimes we think that uprooting khejri and putting it in some other place will be equally effective. But what happens is khejri not only stabilizes the soil, but it also gets microbes within the soil, which makes the soil richer for the other organisms in the ecosystem to thrive, so that they can actually feed on the bacteria or the worms or the birds, all of them live. So if we are disrupting one small thing, it can actually have a devastation in the entire web of the ecosystem. So what we are doing at IIT Jodhpur is this Thar design. It is given in the booklet which we have shared with you. And we would really like, so we are doing a citizen science crowdsourced data collection for local ecologies. Basically, if we are able to aggregate that information, then that would also be useful for maybe a planned way of putting these solar panels, so that we are minimally disrupting the ecosystem. So that way, if we can join hands in some way, so we have proposed a Thar Design Center of Excellence, and in that we are actually garnering colleges, students, army people, all of them. We are making a citizen science effort to educate them with the plants and the biota, everything. So that's what I wanted to mention, and lots of people from IIT Jodhpur are also participating.
I would like to request, ma'am, if you could join us on podium, because that is also something about environmental aspect of this discussion, which you would be able to answer very well. Please, ma'am, you can.
So I just did my point, so it's okay.
No, maybe later also. I'm sure people would have more things to add.
Yeah, this is Surendra Lodha. For a decade, I was associated with Power and Automation Technology Group, Asia Brown Boveri, Zurich headquartered ABB. I want a question like ABB was in a big way in direct current transmission. Going forward, what is the way? Is it AC transmission or DC transmission, which is more futuristic for power transmission?
To answer it well.
Well, as of now, AC will prevail. In future, DC, just like abroad, all the countries, they are just transformations from AC to DC. The future will be DC only. But as of now, for the India, it will take a decade. It will take a decade.
DC has less of losses? No?
No.
Equally bad, as far as losses are concerned. Yeah, AC has more losses.
Long distance transfer of power.
Yeah.
At high voltage DC is the most efficient transmission system. It is proven.
Yeah.
And as far as lower voltage are concerned, maybe our 440 volt, 230 volt, 11 kV volt. So the distribution level, distributors are using the AC power for domestic use purpose. Transfer of power to the domestic beneficiaries is always DC distribution is somewhat not DC current is not safe for normal working domestic heating, lighting. This is not healthy.
I have one more query, like thermal power plants, which are emission, they are doing a lot of emissions. What is the way forward for a country like India, which is more dependent on coal-fired thermal plants, to make them switch to clean energy, or they have to be scrapped? What is the future of coal-fired thermal plants?
I can answer.
Yeah.
I had been in thermal technology, generation technology, and the minimization of carbon dioxide emission from the coal thermal plant, it has been reduced by efficient generation. Coal segregation, where most of the pollutants are extracted well before the firing. And thereafter, there is a technology now coming up is the carbon capture. So once that carbon capture is there and carbon dioxide is stored deep into the earth, it can also be a productive product in the industry, and that will solve a lot of problems about the carbon dioxide generation by the thermal plants.
That technology is freely available in India?
No, it's getting very, very, it is rather coming on the forefront.
Okay.
Yes, carbon capture.
Right. Thank you, sir.
I would like to add further in this. Actually, earlier this renewable energy was very costly, or any other source of energy was very costly. Only thermal was the cheapest power. If you want to sell any other energy, you have to bundle with the thermal power. Then only it can be sold, or it can be viable in tariff in terms of selling to the people. Now the time has come. After the solar revolution, the solar energy has come down. The tariff of solar energy come down from this thermal, lower than thermal. Now that you will see after some time, the thermal power is going to be bundled with the solar power to sell round the clock power. And you rightly said this thermal is actually for base load. We require thermal plants. It will be continue for some more years, unless until we are do some more research and more stability on our storage systems, which are under as some implementation phase or some I think R&D phase also as of now. Yeah. Thank you.
So I just had a question coming back to the environment issue, particularly Khejri trees. So I'm Neeraj Jain as Director of National Brain Research Center before coming here to IIT Jodhpur. We built a new institute in a forest area because government allotted us that land. And of course, trees had to be felled. And we were told, of course, this is the rule that you put 10 trees for every tree you cut. There are a lot of trees. It was a very thickly forested area, unlike, say, Rajasthan, where trees are at a certain distance. We said, we'll plant the trees, you tell us where to plant. Now, that became a major issue for us because there was no land available to plant 10 times the number of trees. And eventually, we had to sort of put the trees around our roads and paths and things like that to complete the count. So my question here was that Khejri tree, for example, it's not a dense forestry. It requires a certain area to grow. You can't really put them next to each other. It will not grow because that's not how desert trees grow. So the issue will remain, for which I don't know what is the solution. I would like to know from experts if a solution has been found, because it also requires a particular kind of soil and environment. Yeah, thank you.
थैंक यू नीरज जी बहुत ही आपने एक बर्निंग इशू रेज किया है और इस पे वी आर डिस्कसिंग कि हाउ इट कैन बी पॉसिबल. We are discussing with Jodhpur collector, we are discussing with our renewable agency ki what is the solution. One solution has been come, the government will allot some big chunk of land to us from our solar areas where solar plant will be installed. We will replant the particular land which was allotted to us. That is the solution. You have told that we have to keep some distance to two trees. Definitely, it will increase our land area. This is a very research subject, so that a proper solution will be come out to implement.
Yeah, I would like to add further in this. Whatever the big size power plants are coming in the region, mostly they uproot and they transfer, shift, replant in the along with the boundary of the plant, and it will not disturb because this casery doesn't have much height, so there is a less impact on the shadow on the modules, and this way, but yes, chances are very less. Out of 10, 1 or 2 replantation survives as of now. But parallelly, if we uproot one, we are installing along with, we are planting along with the boundary of the project more than 10, 20. It will be covered, it will be taken care properly.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I just some little bit related issue, well, not related issue, slightly separate issue about distributed rather than large plants. So I'm not an expert in this area, so I need to be educated a little bit, and maybe few other people might benefit. What is the optimum size for a small plant? And I'll tell you why I'm asking this. I went to Leh, for example, where people actually travel around with their flock of sheep or something, and they live in tents temporarily. And everybody had a small little solar cell with which they light up the house, charge their cell phone, everything. And that was the ultimate example of distributed power generation that I have seen. It was not connected to anything else. It was like miles away from nearest. And Rajasthan is again, if you are looking at a local requirement, not national requirement, is a very thinly populated state. Relatively speaking, we have large cities and then there is very small villages in between, from whatever experience I have gained in past 2 years or so. So why is that not considered a viable solution? You already discussed this a little bit, yeah. So I'll just, for my knowledge and probably perhaps of few other people, yeah. Thank you.
मेरा के लिए जो सुझाव है, मेरा जो सुझाव है आपके लिए, ये जो एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज जो अभी जनरेट हुए हैं, उसके लिए अभी कोई बहुत बड़ी स्टडी हुई नहीं है और उसकी बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि जो इकोनॉमीज डेवलप हो चुकी है और जहाँ लोगों को काफ़ी संज्ञान मिला है डेवलपमेंट से, वहाँ का फीडबैक अभी यहाँ पे पूरा आया नहीं है। मेरे को अच्छी तरह से मालूम है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो बिग सोलर पावर प्लांट है, जिसके ज़मीन का जो अलोकेशन है, वो जब होता है जब एनवायरमेंटल अथॉरिटीज उसको क्लियर करती है, और उसमें 4-4 साल तक लग जाते हैं। तो वो अभी प्रोसेस यहाँ चालू नहीं हुआ है। मैं एकेडमिक और ये बंसल साहब को ये सलाह दूंगा कि बिना एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट के कोई भी अलोकेशन ज़मीन का अगर होता है तो वो आगे पब्लिक में इशू आएंगे, झगड़े पड़ेंगे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाएंगे, डेवलपमेंट रुकेगा।
So, yeah, I would like to add that just to add to what he is mentioning, that uprooting a plant and doing a number crunching and putting equivalent number of plant in another place is not the solution, because the ecosystem, there are natural rules of the ecosystem. And we have to have development along with keeping the nature intact. This monoculture thing which was done all over the world for making things green to capture carbon, but that is not the only thing, because in a biota there are lots of living organisms beneath the soil and above the soil, and we need all of them to turn over the soil also to be rich. All the biogeochemical cycles which go underneath the soil, they are all done by the microbes within the soil. And if you are uprooting one kejri which has taken roots for many years and putting 5 of them at the other end, you are disrupting that local ecology. So unless we create an evidence that nothing happens much, if we do this kind of an exercise, then in the long run, this is not a sustainable solution. So we really need to assess local ecologies when these kinds of things are happening at some time, because these are going to be massive efforts and the disruptions are also likely to be more unless we take cognizance of that. So we are doing that. We are crowdsourcing information on birds which are coming in annually, whether those movement of those birds have shifted so that you know that they are not getting the right kind of plants or right kind of grasslands where they eat or where they breed. So all those things are very important. So if we think that grasslands are wastelands, then that is also not right, because the desert ecosystem, animals thrive on those. And since this is a very, very fragile ecosystem, it is an extreme ecosystem, any small change in the ecosystem can actually kill a large number of organisms. So that's why I think doing a little bit of an evidence creation along with these developmental anthropogenic activities are really important for a long-term sustainable solutions for environment.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, my name is Pradeep Mathur. I've been associated with the IIT system for nearly 4 decades. Professor at IIT Bombay and founding director of IIT Indore for 10 years. And also during that time, I've been associated with some of the funding agencies, DST and all. About 12 or 13 years ago, the government of that time came up with a national mission for the solar mission. I think it was called the Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission.
Jawaharlal Nehru Solar Mission.
Unfortunately, the name was Jawaharlal Nehru. So what has happened in recent years, unfortunately, with all the fund cuts which have taken place, that has also suffered. In the 1990s and early 2000s, there was the non-renewable energy. It was a center first, and then it merged with DST, Department of Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Science and Technology. And a lot of money was being given to support basic research on factors such as what is being pointed out right now. And one of the things in that was, in fact, to inculcate industry-academia relationships. So I'm sorry to say this, I'm a little bit surprised that all of you gentlemen are doing very, very notable work, but there seems to be a disconnect with your local institute, IIT Jodhpur, where so much work is being done already on the issue. There seems to be some confusion about where the trees can be replanted. Actually, they can't. Research clearly shows you can't just plant 10 trees anywhere. So I'm just trying to cut the story short now. Unless you can use your influence with the government to increase funding in basic research, such as what is being done at IIT Jodhpur and creation of national centers, and support the Center for Environmental Studies in Nagpur and various other institutes where projects related to your difficulties are addressed and find a long-term solution. You know, this piecemeal kind of thing may work for a year or two, but in the long run, as Professor is saying, it will not be the solution in the long run. And it's going to affect you. You know, why we are suffering vis-a-vis international sectors, why we are falling behind in this solar initiative is exactly for this reason. Not enough money is being put for research such as what's being done on a limited scale at IIT Jodhpur. So I would request, you know, whatever influence you have with people in Delhi, use them, please. Impress upon them that despite the name Jawaharlal Nehru Mission, I mean, it really is good for everybody. It's a national initiative, and it will benefit all the people. And I think I'll just close there. I think national funding for this research in particular, it's an example. And of course, in all basic research, it is the call of the hour.
Thank you.
जैसे एनवायरमेंट का जो इशू है ना वो आज तक एड्रेस हुआ नहीं है सही.
नहीं, एकदम सही कह रहे हो सुमानी जी आप. और सर आपने एकदम राइटली बोला है. सही मायने में आपने आई ओपनिंग की है सब लोगों की आज अपनी इंडस्ट्री की. और हम लोग इस बात को सरकार के सामने रखते हैं बार बार कि रिसर्च होना चाहिए, एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज को एड्रेस होना चाहिए, क्योंकि लॉन्ग रन में अगर हमें सोलर इंडस्ट्री को आगे लेके जाना है ना, तो एनवायरमेंट को साथ लेके चलना है. इसमें किसी का कोई सेकंड थॉट नहीं है. और अभी इसीलिए हम डायरेक्टर सर के इनिशिएटिव से हमने एक सेंटर एस्टेब्लिश किया है आईआईटी के अंदर केयर को, और उसी में हम लोग ये रिसर्च करेंगे. आज इस गैदरिंग में एक बड़ी अच्छी बातें निकल के आ रही है। मैं और भी एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज के बारे में, दो इश्यूज हमारे सामने चल रहे हैं, खेजड़ी और ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड। इसके अलावा भी अगर कोई भी इश्यू एनवायरमेंटल का हमारे प्रोफेसर्स को लगता हो तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा वो हाईलाइट करें, ताकि हम उस रिसर्च को, उसको भी इंक्लूड करें उसके अंदर।
बर्ड है लेसर फ्लोरिकन, उस वो खाली ग्रासलैंड्स में ही रहता है और बॉम्बे नेचुरल हिस्ट्री सोसाइटी उसको कंजर्व करने की कोशिश करती है बिकॉज वो बहुत ही रेयर है और बहुत ही यूनिक बर्ड है। और वो ग्रासलैंड से कुछ 6 मीटर 100 बार या दिन में 60 बार जंप करते हैं ड्यूरिंग ब्रीडिंग सीजन, and they are trying best how to preserve the grasslands because they stay in grasslands only and they are very unique to abhi because of the grasslands shrinking they are moving on to Pakistan area, so they are not being जो राजस्थान के कीस्टोन कुछ स्पीशीज मतलब कुछ माने जाते थे राजस्थान के सिग्नेचर, just because the grasslands are not getting due importance. And in this context, I think आप लोगों को पता होगा रावजोधा रॉक गार्डन में जो प्रदीप कृष्ण ने किया है, he has just used the natural rules of the desert to green the desert, meaning they to green the वो जो प्रोसिपस जूली फ्लोरा जो सब जगह फैला हुआ है, वो मेहरमगढ़ फोर्ट के पास भी वही वाली बहुत सारी थी, उनको उन्होंने निकाल के रिवाइल्डिंग की है, पर रिवाइल्डिंग की है डेजर्ट के रूल्स को फॉलो करके, तो वहाँ पे कोई मिट्टी और कोई पानी का ज़्यादा खपत नहीं हुआ जिससे कि डेजर्ट में डेजर्ट की ग्रासेस ग्रो करें। हमारे कैंपस में भी हम रिवाइल्डिंग उसी रूल्स से कर रहे हैं कि हाउ वी कैन एक्चुअली यूज लेस वाटर and grow such kind of plants which are sustainable in that place and which keeps the ecosystem restored. So इसी context में which he was mentioning that if we create evidence-based solutions for doing anthropogenic activity, then not only development happens, but environment will also be sustainable. So we would definitely looking forward to support and working with industry people in this regard.
Excuse me, can I speak?
सर को दीजिएगा एक बार माइक।
Shil Bhandari. I've been professor of mining engineering in Jodhpur, and when I was coming to this site, I was unhappy that there are so many dumps of broken rock and material. And as a mining person, my responsibility was to help the mining people, but the environment which we have damaged around Mandor and all this area is lying waste. And that is the area which you should be looking at, how to plant those areas. And this is normal practice in mining industry, that dumps are revegetated. Okay, and we do it, we recommend it always, but in this unorganized industry, you are looking for land, there it is throughout Jodhpur to Balesar, and whatever area you talk about, dumps are lying there which can be used for replantation, safety, environment. And my uncle Professor M.M. Mandari, he wrote Flora of Thar Desert. Yes, I was also asked to blast for planting that. I said, no, don't blast, because I'm supposed to be a blasting expert. Then I said, let us call the local people and take out holes by manual methods. And that is exactly what was done. And I was born in that area. So we know that local area. Rani Sir, Padam Sir, if you have heard that, I was born there. So we used to walk from city to Balsaman regularly through these rocks. So environmental issues, now you are looking for land. Throughout Rajasthan, there is so much land in mining areas where they are causing a lot of disturbance to environment, and that is where you can replant, and especially close to IIT. All these dumps that should be utilized for improving our greenery at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Great idea. Great idea.
Can I speak?
Sure, sure.
Narendra Kumar Joshi from Nusan India Future Tech Private Limited, Jodhpur. मैं भी कुछ छोटे छोटे सजेशंस देना चाहता हूँ सोलर एनर्जी के बारे में। मैंने अपने घर में सोलर का वो लगाया था और काफ़ी अच्छा काम कर रहा है और उससे बिजली की बचत हो रही है। लेकिन क्या है कि अभी भी यहाँ ये पावर बंद बहुत होती है, रेगुलर नहीं आती है। उस समय जो सोलर में एनर्जी जनरेट होती है वो वेस्ट चली जाती है। उसका कोई IIT वाले कोई ऐसा इक्विपमेंट बनाए कि ऑटोमेटिकली वो जो सोलर पावर है वो घर में शिफ्ट हो जाए, ताकि वो उस समय फिर हमें कोई दूसरा अरेंजमेंट नहीं करना पड़ेगा। नहीं तो फिर क्या होता है कि अंधेरा रहता ही है या लाइट पावर सप्लाई अवेलेबल नहीं रहती है। एक तो ये पॉइंट था मेरा कि और दूसरा ये सजेशन था कि फैक्ट्रीज में और घरों में कोई ऐसी पॉलिसी हो। अब क्या है कि इन्वेस्टमेंट तो सब लोग तो कर नहीं सकते, अपर मिडिल क्लास या उससे ऊपर के लोग कर सकते हैं, तो वो करते ही हैं। बाकी लोग जो है उनके घरों के ऊपर जगह खूब अवेलेबल है, तो आपको डेजर्ट एरिया में जाने की जरूरत भी नहीं है। और वो जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड पावर सप्लाई की सब बात कर रहे थे, अलग अलग जगह होना चाहिए, तो घरों पे ही लगा दो। और उसके अंदर भी वही जो स्टोरेज की जो प्रॉब्लम, वो तो खैर कॉमन प्रॉब्लम जो आप कर ही रहे सब लोग। मैंने तो उसके ऊपर लिथियम मिल भी गया मैं 59 मिलियन टन, तो उम्मीद है कि आगे काम हो जाएगा। तो ये जो इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर जो सोलर प्लांट्स लगाएंगे तो हमें काफ़ी बिजली सस्ती लोगों को मिल जाएगी। उसको कैसे यूटिलाइज करना है एफिशिएंटली, वो एक इशू है। जैसे पावर सप्लाई कट हो जाती है उस समय फिर वो सोलर एनर्जी वेस्ट हो जाती है। इसका कोई सॉल्यूशन अगर आप लोगों के पास हो तो एक तो ये बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। एक जो खेजड़ी की बात चल रही है, खेजड़ी के अलावा 2 प्लांट डेजर्ट में और होते। मैं बेसिकली फार्मर हूँ बचपन का। तो एक तो होता है देसी बबूल। देसी बबूल अगर आप जानते हो तो खेजड़ी जैसे ही दिखता है और उसके ऊपर लंबी लंबी फली आती, कांटे होते बड़े बड़े। वो भी डेजर्ट का पेड़ है, वो भी काफ़ी गायब हो गया है। और एक जो है केर, जो अचार में डालते हैं, ये भी सब डेजर्ट के, ये तीनों ही गायब हो रहे। खाली अब खेजड़ी अकेली को ही याद कर रहे हैं, ये भी इसके पैरेलल हैं, तो उसके बारे में भी आप विचार कर सकते हैं। तीसरा के व्यास जी ने एक आइडिया दिया था कि एनर्जी एफिशिएंट बिल्डिंग बनाओ, तो मैं तो ये काम कर ही रहा हूँ। हम लोग जो है हीट रिफ्लेक्टिंग पेंट बनाते हैं और पूरे बिल्डिंग पे जब चारों तरफ कर देते हैं तो उसकी जो है 93% हीट रिफ्लेक्ट हो जाती है और बिल्डिंग गर्म नहीं होता। और उससे हम 40% AC बचा लेते हैं, तो एनर्जी बचाते हैं AC वाली, तो हमारे पावर कंजम्पशन काफ़ी कम हो जाता है। तो गर्म बिल कम आएंगे और बिजली का कंजम्पशन भी कम होगा। और एक मैंने थर्मल इंसुलेशन का भी डेवलपमेंट तो कर दिया है, पर वो लॉन्च नहीं कर पाए। आई एम नॉट ए मनीड पर्सन, आई एम ऑर्डिनरी मिडिल क्लास पर्सन। तो अगर कोई इंटरेस्टेड हो तो मेरे पास एक बहुत अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट है, थर्मल इंसुलेशन टाइल काइंड ऑफ थिंग, जो अगर आप घर के बाहर या अंदर लगा देते हैं तो टोटली हीट इधर से इधर जाएगी नहीं। तो चूँकि हमारा राजस्थान तो पूरा गर्म रहता है और ठंडक में भी वो काम आता है। ठंडक में भी ठंड अंदर नहीं आएगी तो आपको गर्म नहीं करना पड़ेगा, सर्द, और वाटर प्रूफिंग भी साथ में हो जाती है। तो बिल्डिंग की वो एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी खाली एनर्जी के मामले में नहीं, उसकी जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी या जो लाइफ बढ़ाने की जो बात है वो भी साथ में हो जाती है। ये 3-4 पॉइंट मेरे पास हैं, फिर कभी आप लोगों से मिलकर बात करेंगे। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू। पहले पॉइंट पे
सब ये जो पॉइंट है कि डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड जनरेशन होना चाहिए, इसमें तो आई थिंक नोबडी विल आर्ग्यू। बट जब नई टेक्नोलॉजी आती है, गवर्नमेंट इज ऑलवेज सपोर्टेड। सोलर वुड नॉट हैव रीच्ड वेयर इट इज रीच्ड टुडे had not the government supported 22 रुपया 24 रुपया 26 रुपया में भी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी खरीदा, and slowly technology developed where today it has become cheaper than any even conventional coal and all that. Of course, it has some side effects. Same way, battery technology, local storage, cost of storage, renewing the batteries which are used is an area where we have to work. Government has to support. Starting में they may, I mean, if, as a industry, as a academia, if we really force the people to make policies whereby at least 30, 40, 50% if they support, I think 3-4-5 साल में it will take, stand on its own feet. It will be able to, and that time you can see how much advantage we have. See, whatever you do is a long-term advantage. आज इतनी बड़ी बड़ी ग्रिड बनाना, उसके ऊपर ट्रांसफार्मर लगाना, उसको कंट्रोल करना, उसके ऊपर फिर you have all these systems to control the power which is flowing. अगर distributed शुरू करो तो probably in 10 years, 15 years, you will really have distributed generation and distributed storage, so that you don't need the kind of grids we are talking about today. That is also, somebody pointed out, DC हो सकता है क्या? Because finally solar is DC. Your consumption predominantly is DC. We do it AC only because we have to transmit over long distance, because transformation ho sakta hai. So a lot of advantages are there. We need to put to the government that the way you support new technologies. Today EV is being supported left, right and center. Na? Tabhi to EV practical hai. So same way battery storage technology, and then institutes like IIT Jodhpur or any, for that matter, any other institute can come up and support this. Thank you.
Thank you. पहले मैं जोशी जी का जो पॉइंट था ना, अपने राम जांगीड़ जी एड्रेस करेंगे. आउट ऑफ द कंटेस्ट है डेफिनेटली, फिर भी राम जांगीड़ जी जो आपने कहा ना कि भी पावर कट हो जाती है तो मेरे को एनर्जी का यूटिलाइजेशन हो जाए, उसके ऊपर राम जांगीड़ जी थोड़ा रोशनी डालेंगे.
Basically, it's just like based on the Indian grid electricity rules, we can't export during the grid failure. We can't export our power. That's the limitation of the grid rules. We can't export that. In meanwhile, there are the number of solutions, just like a hybrid solution, are coming with this. During the grid failures, the battery get be charged, and from the battery, the DC power will be inverted from DC to AC and can be used at home. That is the basically solutions. Both type of on-grid and off-grid combinations are coming in the market. Just like because there will be requirement of battery, and battery cost will be higher sides. That is the major issue which is being faced by all industrials. Yes. Afterwards, I would like to add some points. Basically, distributed solar power plants are being a number of tenders are being implemented by Ministry of Power and Ministry of New and Renewable Energy has launched the KUSUM scheme, which is being totally dependent on the distributed solar power plants. KUSUM A component, B component, C components. All the three components are basically on the policy of distributed solar powers. But indeed, the demands of electricity having the large scale solar power plants totally demands. So we totally can't depend on the distributed solar plants. Indeed, we have a demand of large scale solar power plants. We have to do work on the hurdles which are being faced, just like environmental effects for the large scale solar power plants.
Thank you, Ramji. Yes, sir.
Hello. I'm Dr. Hariom Yadav. I'm registrar here in IIT Jodhpur. Before that, I was working in CSIR. I really have, I have attended many discussions and debates, but I don't really find any debate or discussion on solar thermal vis-a-vis solar PV. I have run a project under Nimitli scheme of CSIR for almost 3 years. And we have developed a pilot plant at IIT Madras, because they were the partners along with IOCL and one more private company based in Pune. So I would like to have the industry views on this solar thermal versus solar PV, and academic views from Madam Shobhna on these two topics. Thank you.
Manoj ji, solar thermal or PV.
Sir, Somani Saab is the expert of solar thermal. He did a lot of research. I just take 2 minutes, then he will continue further. In 2011, there were under JNSM schemes, 3-4 projects of solar thermal were allotted to different organizations. And out of this, 4 projects supposed to be installed in Rajasthan. Out of those 4, only 1 is working as of now. Other one are wiped out. Nothing is working. Only Godavari, this one plant is running, and one more solar thermal was tried by one of the company in Bikaner, the central tower. That also doesn't work, because the studies initially did, and what are the insolations, what are the solar radiation were predicted, that was not matching and not able to give the actual output, actual energy to work for this solar thermal projects. Please, Somani sir can add further.
देखिए ऐसा है कि अगर 1998 की अगर बात करें तो हिंदुस्तान ही नहीं पूरे विश्व में जो है सोलर थर्मल का डेवलपमेंट हुआ था और उसी बेसिस पे राजस्थान में आपके बिल्कुल पास के मथानिया जो गांव है उसमें सोलर थर्मल का वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा जो है प्लांट यहाँ पे डिजाइन होके और उस स्टेज पे आ गया था कि इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है। परंतु क्या है कि जिस तरह से पीवी प्लांट को चलाने के लिए जिस तरह से भाई साहब ने बोला है कि साहब के जब ग्रिड चली जाती तो हमारा सोलर का क्या होता है, पीवी का क्या होता है, तो सेम वे सोलर थर्मल में भी अगर प्रॉपर इंसुलेशन नहीं है, अगर स्टोरेज नहीं है तो वो प्लांट भी काम नहीं करता है। तो ये बात पक्की है कि साहब के सोलर थर्मल इज आल्सो एन टेक्नोलॉजी by which you can generate power, you can generate heat and use it for different purposes. But economics ultimately works. Then consistency. Then हमको जो बिजली चाहिए वो 24/7 चाहिए। आज पीवी का फेलियर जो हो रहा है, पीवी का जो सबसे बड़ा जो कारण है, पीवी की कॉस्ट बड़े बड़े प्लांट लगा के हमने कॉस्ट लिया है साहब 2 रुपये 30 पैसे लिया है, 2 रुपये। आज बंसल जी जो है बार बार ये कहते हैं साहब के जब 2 रुपये 11 पैसे में वो बिजली आ गई तो सोलर के जो रूफ टॉप लगते हैं उसमें हम 2 रुपये 11 पैसे में कैसे जनरेट कर सकते हैं। और इसको रेगुलेटर ने जो है इसको अप्रूव कर दिया है साहब के डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनी जो पेमेंट करेगी वो 2 रुपये 11 पैसे पे करेगी। तो सारा डिस्करेजमेंट जो है पॉलिसीज के थ्रू होता है। सेम वे किसी भी टेक्नोलॉजी के डेवलपमेंट के लिए बाकायदा कॉमर्शलाइजेशन होना और जो एंड यूजर्स हैं यूटिलिटीज जो है उनकी अफोर्डेबिलिटी में आना चाहिए। आज सोलर की पावर अगर 11 रुपये आएगी तो ग्रिड में हम डाल नहीं पाएंगे, हम 2 रुपये आई हम डाल पा रहे हैं, तो अब उसके स्टोरेज की दिक्कत आ गई। यहाँ पे जितने भी बड़े प्लांट आ रहे हैं तो एनवायरनमेंट के इश्यूज आ गए हैं। रूफ टॉप का इसलिए डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो रहा, ये बंसल जी अच्छी तरह से जानते हैं। तो ये इस तरह के जो फोरम आज क्रिएट हुए हैं और जो एकेडमीज अच्छी तरह से पॉलिसीज का ड्राफ्ट करे, प्रॉब्लम को समझे, इंडस्ट्री के साथ एसोसिएट करके और गवर्नमेंट को जो है मैसेज जाना चाहिए, तब जाके ये सारे काम होंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you, ji. Thank you.
I have one question actually. We are talking about the environmental issues. This solar PV itself, like, India is the biggest dump for electronics wastage. जो भी कुछ आ रहा है ना, जहाँ लैपटॉप मतलब पूरे विश्व में जितने भी बनते हैं खराब हुए सारे इंडिया में डंप कर देते हैं। तो वी आर बिकमिंग ए डंप फॉर द इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स। Same way, this dump which is coming from the solar PVs actually, because we are looking for the long-term sustainability, that what are the plans and programs like? Are we developing some technologies to recycle those materials, or what is the really planning that is going on? That is my concern.
Agree. Recycling of solar PV module is a major issue we are facing. And nothing has been concrete done till date for recycling of solar modules. From our center, we have submitted one proposal to the Government of India to do some research on recycling of modules and what will be the environmental impact. This is the third issue we have today raised. GIB, KSD, and third is the recycling of solar PV modules. Please, sir.
Myself, OP Bansali, Chairman and Managing Director, Somi Conveyor Beltings Limited. This conveyor belt manufacturing unit, India's largest, and it is situated in Jodhpur. Now, my request to all of you peoples who is very learned and talented, अगर गवर्नमेंट इस चीज को आप उनको प्रभावित कर दे कि हर घर पे सोलर लगा लो और किराया दे दो, जिस तरह से आप साइकिल किराया लेके चलते हो, जिस तरह से केबल लेके चलते हो कि भाई इस घर से उस घर में केबल दिखानी है तो इतने पैसे दे दे, उसी तरह से सोलर वो अपनी छत को किराए पे दे दे।
सर, इस तरह की स्कीमें कई स्टेट्स ने निकाली हैं। डिस्कॉम बाद में क्या करता है, उस रिलेक्टेंसी शो करता है। डिस्कॉम को क्या लगता है कि दिस विल किल आवर रेवेन्यूज। ये स्कीम कर्नाटका ने निकाली, आपके इसको हम एक ना ग्रॉस मीटरिंग भी बोलते हैं। चंडीगढ़ में भी इस तरह की स्कीम आई। अल्टीमेटली ये प्रिवेल नहीं कर पाती, ये हमारा कहीं ना कहीं सिस्टम का फॉल्ट है। इस सारे कंक्लूजन में वी हैव प्रपोज्ड टू गवर्नमेंट, we have some renewable purchase obligation, RPO. Every state have this RPO. There are no bifurcation in RPO. That's why whole system is shifting to the large scale development to fulfill the RPO. Because DISCOM feels that by the large scale development, large scale project, we will get the power on cheapest rate. That's why they shift to that. If they go to the rooftop or industry open access, definitely they have to set off 7, 8, 9, 10 rupees power. Ultimately, maybe they have to pay the more amount than the large scale development power cost. But what is the upfrontly showing there? The power is 2 rupees something. And the solution is that we have proposed to make the RPO bifurcation. 50% of the RPO should be fulfilled from the distributed solar, and remaining 50 can be fulfilled from the large scale development. This bifurcation can drive this distributed solar. Otherwise, DISCOM will not obey these things. We are facing from day one this thing. Thank you.
Can I? Here. Yeah. I was just trying to think about, say, your solar panel life is around 15 to 20 years. So one part, Dr. Ram Prakash told that, what is going to happen afterwards, kind of waste we are going to create. But another aspect perhaps is that, 15, 20 years life is there. Then afterwards, no electricity. What do you do?
Pardon?
Say solar panel has, lived its life. So you cannot produce electricity.
After the life, after the
life.
Mm-hmm.
And you have created all that thing. Then what will happen to the energy requirement? From where you get the energy?
After the life of the project?
Yeah.
Definitely, there will be some more planning because,
Yeah, so that's something which is very important, that, you are planning and putting these kinds of things, which is of course required and good. But then 15, 20 years it lived life. Then you have got those panels you remove and then you put again, or what do you do? From where you get the energy?
Definitely, it can be done because in wind, this exercise has been started.
Okay.
In wind, we have expired our PPS, 20 year, 15 year, 25 year, and repowering has been allowed.
So we have to have planning for those kinds of
Definitely, it will be occurred when situation comes. Definitely,
we are not very far from that situation. That's what
I think it is far. I think
not very far.
Sir, one regulation of repowering of all wind and solar already in place. Okay. CEA and our regulators are working on this and already started. They have given some repowering facilities or repowering orders to even those machines, those wind turbines who has completed their PPA tenure. Already in place.
I have one question. Is there any analysis available that what is the embodied energy to manufacture the solar panel and then vis-a-vis the energy that it produces?
Please repeat.
Is there any analysis available that the embodied energy that is required for the process making of the solar panel and then the energy that it produces, what is the percentage or?
Yes. Production of panels, right from silicon to wafers to cell to panel. It's a electricity intensive technology and definitely huge electricity is consumed in production of, but that is built into the cost. That is built into any process which involved any expenditure for the inputs to give the final product will have its own costing and then it comes to the market. So now, whatever cost which is being, or whatever electricity which is being consumed into the production of a solar panel and solar panel coming to the cost in the market, that absorbs the particular cost.
Thank you. It's a very conclusive discussion today.
I actually was thinking also in terms of environment cost. Even for production of battery, for example, lithium extraction has a huge environmental cost. Same thing with silicon, our guest had talked about in his address. So I'm not just talking of economic cost, but environment cost. Is there a number available, whether it's in the long run, so 10 years, 20 years, environment cost is actually less? Or is it appears less because pollution is happening somewhere else?
That is also a research point.
बोलो आपको देखिए ऐसा है कि जो भी मिनरल्स हम लोग निकाल रहे हैं, चाहे आयरन ओर निकाल रहे हो, सिलिकॉन निकाल रहे हो, लिथियम निकाल रहे हो, कुछ भी निकाल रहे हो, तो इनके रिसोर्स लिमिटेड, इवन कोल. Ultimately, there is an assessment कि how long these things will sustain and serve the public. So there will be an end to each of the things, and new things will be coming up. So that is the science. It will carry us to a different stage. आज हम जो लोग देख रहे हैं कि जैसे पंडित साहब ने बताया कि साहब ये जोधपुर शहर माइनिंग का कितना एरिया इन्होंने कवर करके कितनी जो है इको सिस्टम को खराब किया, जो इनको खुद को पसंद नहीं आया. तो सेम वे लिथियम हो, चाहे सिलिकॉन हो, चाहे कोल हो, चाहे मिनरल मीथेन हो, नेचुरल गैस हो, ये लिमिटेड रिसोर्स हैं. ये ऐसा नहीं कि पूरी ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए वर्षों तक जो है ये सरवाइव करेंगे, क्योंकि ये रिसाइकल नहीं हो रहे. अगर रिसाइकल होते तो डेफिनेटली, तो इसीलिए रिन्यूएबल को आज प्रेफरेंस दी जा रही कि रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इज रिसाइकल. अगर बायोमास है तो बायोमास वो भी जनरेट हो रहा है, सोलर है तो सोलर जो है कंटिन्यूस आ रही है. दैट इज व्हाई द मेन फोकस इज बीइंग डाइवर्टेड टू द रिन्यूएबल्स.
Thank you. It's a great discussion today from our. Okay. हाँ. मैं अभी चरण साहब ex chairman discoms, they want to say something about.
सबसे पहले हाँ, सुमने साहब ने बहुत सारी बातें बताई. आपके विजिटर्स जितने हैं यहाँ इन्होंने भी बहुत सारी बातें बताई. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं, कहाँ पे आपके सोलर एनर्जी यूटिलाइज नहीं हो रही है, क्यों नहीं हो रही है, क्यों नहीं जनरेट हो पा रही है, एंड सो ऑन, सो मेनी प्रॉब्लम्स. एक प्रॉब्लम ये भी है, मैं क्योंकि ये इन्होंने कहा मथानिया विलेज के बारे में, मथानिया विलेज में ही प्लांट लगने वाला था लेकिन नहीं लग पाया. वो तो शुरुआत से ही वैसा हो गया, कोई नेग्लिजेंस रही होगी. अभी जैसे मैं छोटा सा एग्जांपल दूँ, मथानिया में एक ने अपना ये सोलर प्लांट लगाया और वो करीब 10 किलोवाट्स के लिए रहे. उससे अपने चक्की चलाता है, कुछ और करता है, पंप चलाता है, स्टिल जनरेशन इज मोर. और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड ने पहले जो एग्रीमेंट किया था कि हाँ ये जनरेशन जो ज़्यादा होगा वो हम लेंगे, लेकिन उसके अंदर भी कुछ चेंजेस आ गए. जैसे ये बता रहे हैं कि वो उसको दे ही नहीं रहे हैं, तो वो जितनी जनरेट कर रहे हैं, जितने एक्सेस में जा रही है, वापस फील्ड में जा रही है, उसका पैसा ही नहीं मिल रहा है. तो वो डेट ऑल्सो इज फेलियर ऑन द पार्ट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट. ने क्या डिसीजन ले लिया, 2 किलोवाट तक तो वो अलाउ करते हैं और उसके ऊपर की जनरेशन कोई करता है तो उसका पैसा भी नहीं देते हैं, 2 रुपए भी नहीं देते हैं, ये तो 7-8 रुपए ले लेते हैं. तो ये गड़बड़ है, ये सही पोजीशन नहीं है और ये सब जगह ऐसा ही चल रहा है. दूसरी चीज जो बताई कि इसको कहाँ यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं आप, मेरे हिसाब से गांव के अंदर भी मैं देख रहा हूँ, घर में भी देख रहा हूँ, ऊपर सोलर लाइट्स का जनरेटर वो ले लिया रेस और नीचे बैटरी चार्ज कर दी. बैटरी से नॉर्मली इन्वर्टर जो रेगुलर सप्लाई है उससे चार्ज करते हैं और जब सप्लाई चली जाती है तो इन्वर्टर से आपको सप्लाई वापस मिलने लग जाती है. तो वो जो बैटरी है जो चार्ज कर रहे हैं वो आप सोलर लाइट से ही क्यों नहीं चार्ज कर दे. तो बैटरी को, इन्वर्टर आपके घर में हर जगह लगे हुए हैं, बैटरी चार्ज कर रहे हैं, वो बैटरी आप सोलर लाइट से चार्ज कर दो. यदि आप वो कर देते हैं तो घर का जो आपका कंजम्पशन है वो 3-4 घंटे आपकी फैन लाइटें ये चल सकती है, इससे ज़्यादा सप्लाई जाती नहीं है। एटलीस्ट वो सेविंग तो होगी आपको, और ये जो जनरेट हो रहा है वो यूटिलाइज होगा। तीसरी चीज़ मैं बता रहा हूँ कि घर घर में इस तरह से नहीं हो सकता। कोई ज़्यादा प्लांट है तो कोई यूनिटी अपने गैंग बना लें कि साहब यहाँ पे ये हैं, ये हमारे गांव वाइज करते हैं, एक ही जगह जनरेशन करें, एक जगह फीड करें, और उस टाइम में सप्लाई काट के रखें गांव में, जिस टाइम सप्लाई है वो उनमें दे दें, वो एनर्जी दे दें। तो ये एक सिस्टम भी चल सकता है, इंडिविजुअल का नहीं होके गांव के लिए हो जाए कि गांव वाले एक दूसरे को दे दें। मैं जनरेट कर रहा हूँ मान लिया घर में, वो मैं 4-5 कंज्यूमर्स को दे दूं, आसपास में मेरे रिलेटिव्स को दे दूं, तो क्या दिक्कत है उसमें? दे सकते हैं, प्रोवाइडेड इसको सपोर्ट करें, आगे चलें। तीसरा, सोलर एनर्जी का ये भी बात सही है कि आप कुकिंग रेंज लगा सकते हैं, पहले लगाई हुई थी, उसके अंदर आपके सब्जियां वगैरह जो भी बनाना है पकाना है पक जाती थी, शाम तक वो गर्म रहते थे। वो क्यों नहीं यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं? आप उसको गैस का वो लगाएंगे और उससे गर्म करेंगे, कभी लाइट बिजली जला के वो उससे गर्म करेंगे। ये छोटी सी बात है, टाइम लगता है, आपको बहुत ज़्यादा वो फीलिंग होता है कि अरे ये टाइम में ऐसा इतना क्या टाइम, लेकिन उसमें सब कुछ पक सकता है। वो यूटिलाइज करें तो एनर्जी यूज हो जाएगी। तीसरी चीज़ जो गांव के अंदर बताया कि खेजड़ी का पेड़ है, वो लोग बाग उसको काटने नहीं देते हैं, बिल्कुल सही है। खेजड़ी के पेड़ को पहले किसी दरबार ने कटवाने की कोशिश की, खेजड़ी के लटक गए आदमी, सबको खत्म किया। उसका आज वो हो रहा है सारा, वहाँ मेला लगता है, वहाँ पे ये कहते हैं ये क्या बात है, इस तरह से कैसे हो सकता है? अभी कोई नहीं कर सकता है उसको, और यूटिलाइज भी बहुत होती है खेजड़ी गांव के अंदर। तो उसके लिए तो पतली केबल लगा दो आप, छोटे से यूनिट्स 8-10 जगह ये जनरेशन जो हो रहा है उसको लेके आपके एलटी में फीड कर दो, इन्वर्टर लगा के करते हुए, ऐसा सिस्टम भी डेवलप हो सकता है। तीसरा, कई के विलेजेस इलेक्ट्रीफाई नहीं हुआ है, वहाँ के ऊपर कहाँ जरूरत है वहाँ तक लंबी लाइन खींचने की, 20-20 किलोमीटर 25-25 किलोमीटर लाइन खींचे, वहीं पे आप छोटा सा स्टेशन बना दिया और वहाँ सबको लाइटें दे दी, उसे जो जनरेट कर रहे हैं सोलर लाइट्स लगा दी, लगा के इन्वर्टर लगा के उसको जो वोल्टेज चाहिए वो दे दें, तो दैट कैन बी। तो छोटी छोटी चीज से यदि आप आगे बढ़ें तो एनर्जी तो सेव होगी, और जब बड़े यूनिट्स के अंदर है वो एक अलग प्रॉब्लम है, जो गवर्नमेंट क्या पॉलिसीज बना रही है, बनाते रहें, कोई बात नहीं, ये करें। मैं कई बातें ये देख रहा हूँ, मेरा लड़का अभी रील में वर्क कर रहा है, सोलर एनर्जी पे ही है, काफ़ी कंट्रीज में उनको बुलाया है, उन्होंने एक्सप्लेन किया है कि यहाँ पे कैसे करें। कुछ आदमी ऐसे हैं जो अपना फार्म हाउस बनाया हुआ है, उसके अंदर सोलर लाइट से ही कर रहा है, जनरेट उसी से कर रहा है, सब कुछ उससे बहुत बढ़िया अच्छे ढंग से चल रहा है, तो वो डेट कैन ऑल्सो बी पॉसिबल। आज विलेज के अंदर जो एग्रीकल्चर के जहाँ पे कनेक्शन है ही नहीं, बहुत दूर है, वो भी अपने सोलर लाइट्स लगा के वो लगा कर अपना चालू करते हैं। कई कई जगह ऐसा ही है, कई के घरों में अपने ट्यूबवेल उसके अंदर लगा दिया सोलर का, डे आवर्स में ही वर्क करता है, उसको चला दिया और अपना काम कर दिया। इस तरह से छोटा 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 ये है, ये इट विल बी ए सॉर्ट ऑफ सेविंग। जैसे मैंने लड़के को बताया, वो कहीं जितने म्यूनिसिपल बोर्ड्स हैं, बड़े बड़े बिल्डिंग्स हैं, टॉप इतने फ्लोर हैं, वहाँ पे सोलर लाइट लगा के और पूरे बिल्डिंग पे वो सप्लाई कर देते हैं, तो उनकी सेविंग हो जाती है, लैक्स ऑफ रुपीज दे सेव। इसी तरह आजकल अब चल रहा है, रेलवे की छत के ऊपर लगाएंगे, अपने कारों की छत के ऊपर लगाएंगे, बैटरी को चार्ज करते रहेंगे, सोलर लाइट से यूज करेंगे, इसको क्यों नहीं यूटिलाइज करें? तो इस तरह से बहुत सारे हैं, छोटे छोटे में भी करेंगे, बट इट विल बी ए लार्ज। जैसे लाइटें पहले थी ज़्यादा वॉट्स में थी, आजकल ये दूसरी लाइटें आने लग गई, बहुत कम एनर्जी यूज दे रही है और लाइट फर्स्ट क्लास दे रही है। तो इससे भी छोटी 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 से भी एक एक रुपये भी लैक्स ऑफ रुपीज हो जाते हैं। इस तरह से एनर्जी भी यदि इस तरह से करें तो इट कैन बी सेव ए लॉट। थैंक यू, मैं इतना ही बोलूँगा।
Thank you, sir. It's a great discussion. We'll definitely publish a paper on this today's discussion and try to some research project with IIT and drive some positive results. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please join for dinner after this session.